Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream. Today we're gonna figure stuff out that we're gonna do. Yeah. I don't remember what we were doing. This is what we're gonna start with, figuring out what we're doing. Because that's good question. Hold on. I mean, so we figured out that, okay, so we're working on the oil setup, right? So we're working on the oil setup. So that means that we need to figure out where we left off on this. Hello. We'd figured out on our own that the actual amount of pellets you need is able to be completely generated from the fusion reactor. So we need it's a part of the project is linking this to a fusion reactor. So you can actually run the total thing off of gold 198. Technically. Of course, right now I'm running it off of actinium since it was easy to make. And, of course, we do have some cobalt 60 being produced, but we should be producing enough gold 198 once we have the fusion reactor up that we are able to run the entire plant. All 70 pellets, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, there's only 5? Could have swore it was 70. That's 4, that's 1, that's 5. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's 4 plus 1 is 5. Is there another one I'm missing? Ah, okay, 6. Right here. So 60 pellets. This one. Ugh. Over the wall. Well, I miscounted the amount of RTGs. But yeah, 60 now. Which is easy for us to produce. We could easily produce 60. There's no way we're not producing 60 each time. We're like, there is some way of measuring how many we have, so then it's like, oh, hey, we don't produce more. Or produce more, but hold them back or something. I don't know. But we can use what we can use for that before, like, so we would put them inside. Okay. So every time it has 7 or 60, it will open up and you know those things, what do you call those things? What do you use? Radiolysis machines? I'm still figuring out HBM. These are actually like, they produce energy, so like they're powering the entire setup here. Then they also are providing us with what? Oil cracking. Yeah, that's it. So they do oil cracking, but also provide energy. So this allows you to power the whole setup off these. They just burn nuclear fuel. It's basically, at this point, it's free energy. So I need rubber. Cool. Rubber. I think this is all I need. One of the things with this, so we need a storage unit, mass storage unit. That's gonna be important because that's where we're gonna put all the pellets before we send them out. Yeah, cracking towers are huge. And then we're gonna send out 70 of them. So whenever we have, six. Or actually, we could just do it until it's all of the other machines are full. We could have each conveyor inserter on these has a comparator, and it's like, oh hey, when all of these are full, then don't send. That's an idea, but we'll figure that out when we get there. We have a lot of bridges to burn there. What is this? Diesel or light kerosene? Well, that's diesel. So then this one's kerosene. Cool. And that just works. Okay, guys, that just works. So that means when we have diesel and the other thing, we'll have kerosene output into petroleum gas as well. Producing just petroleum gas from this setup. Which means we finished pretty much all of these. When this guy is full, he says, open this gate. Which puts all the light oil to here. That runs all the light oil to here. And then when these two run, then all of the stuff gets produced into petroleum gas. Going through the entire setup. Probably ending up right over here. But we're going to produce too much petroleum gas for it to... It's going to become annoying. Basically, it's going to clog everything. So we need a way of disposing of petroleum gas. That also makes a lot of sense. But we can do that easily by just taking it and putting it into hydrogen somehow. That's what I want to do. Hydrogen from this petroleum. We also have to deal with hydrogen too. But we could technically turn our petroleum into hydrogen. There's also perfluoromethyl, which is another product that we need. Of course, the issue with that is that we need to import fluorite from there. Although that doesn't mean it's an issue necessarily, because it's just us needing to do sorting. Although it should be pretty easy. It should be pretty simple to do that. So how many spaces? 2. Do we just want to do another one right here, or do we want to do perfluor? What do we need for that even? We need perfluoromethyl for the setup, right? Probably. I'll just make regular perfluoromethyl. Great. That's gonna be really annoying. So here we have unsaturated hydrocarbons. And we're gonna need more of them. Yeah, okay, so we do need this. Alright, so we're gonna put in a floor of the stuff and things. AKA, we're just gonna grab some of this. Oops. Maybe I've grabbed too much of that. So we're gonna take a pipe of unsaturated hydrocarbons and a pipe of the other thing and put it up into the chem plant. That'll allow me to make the stuff. But I also don't have any aluminum pipes left, which this is weird. But I think I should have some. I have 5. That's good. I'll find more of them over here. In a second. Let me just tear up some more stone for bricks. That's only 6. Come on. I thought it was at least 8. No, it's 13. My lucky number. 13. Oh yeah, it looks like we're using iron for this one. Or unless we go over to the other setup and take all that down. We do have to take down that other setup because it's using a cracking tower and that's outdated compared to what I do now. Boom. Tore the whole thing down in one fell sweep. So am I, like, actually producing anything here right now? Or is this just doing nothing? Yeah, it's just doing nothing. And then it's got alkylation units, which I don't think are useful. Unless you're on the moon. They're only useful for space. Because in space, you don't really have the ability to make every product. Because every product is not, like, makeable. It's not all products are makeable. Because some of them will need you to do that. So let's just, if you plan on oil in space, beware. You should be ready for that. Needing alkylation unit. Yeah, but they are cool, though. They are pretty cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a pipe for unsaturated hydrocarbons. And here we're going to run out the kerosene pipe. No, the petroleum gas pipe. I mean, technically it is kerosene. Kerosene adjacent. Now we need to track how much petroleum gas we have, yep. And then dispose of that. We also need a storage for the stuff that doesn't do this. We're not going to do that right away. See, the way what that's gonna do, if we do that right away, we're gonna basically destroy all of my kerosene. What we need to do is run redstone first. Then we're gonna have a platform a little bit over this way that I can put my tank on for storing the kerosene. My tank is full right now. It's just a surplus tank. We're also going to need a tank for petroleum gas. So petroleum gas and kerosene are going into tanks. We also need to figure out natural gas today. That's another thing. I probably might need one unit for that, but I don't know yet. Actually, you don't need a cracking unit for that in James 2H4. We could do an alkylation unit for that. So this will be controlled by this thing, which basically only needs to be on, takes it in. It doesn't do anything else. So when this thing is completely full, it's going to operate this and turn that on. If I put it farther out, it'd do that. But maybe maybe I don't have to put it farther out. What kind of energy storage should I get to make welded technetium? You need multiple tantalum capacitors. You need like give it like 20 of those. I mean, you could probably do it in 10, but I would say give it 20. I don't remember what we needed. I don't actually remember the number we had for that. So, there's that. building a snake right here. And then we're gonna count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, which should be the maximum length it has to travel, which means this is where the tank is going now. As long as I can find a way to space this out. Yeah, they are expensive. If you're trying to get technetium steel plates before you have any kind of power generation that accommodates that, you are going to be kind of stuck for a little bit. It's going to take you one plate at a time. That's how we had to get our Watts reactor, was we had to produce each plate one at a time. However, it is possible to do it, both for the fusion reactor and for the Watts reactor. So either way, you can definitely do it. It's just kind of painful. Do a little trolling. Just use any reactor that produces enough energy, that just gives you energy. Like, just use anything. Literally, you could use anything. It's just how fast it's charging the capacitors. If you're doing it one at a time. If you're trying to do multiple, you need something that's going to produce a lot of energy to keep up with that. Which I think we have now. The Watts reactor is able to keep up with it, for sure. PWR is also able to keep up with it, kind of, if you have enough PW, or maybe. $500 Zernox? Maybe. If we push the Watts hard enough, it can. Yeah. I mean, I think we push it hard enough. As is. So I need a comparator now, and then I need to put all these pipes up. Huh. Where's... I think I can find one over there. There's probably a comparator there. Yep. Comparator right here. Oh, I need solvent production too. God dang it. Keep forgetting important levels of production. It's layered production, okay? Got layers to it. So now I need another comparator and a barrel here. Why are some things on the moon and some on Earth? Why are some things on the... I mean, isn't it harder to travel from one place to another to do something? I mean, yeah, I guess. Why? Like, but that's the point, right? It's probably, that's the reason he put it in. What are we looking at for naphtha, though? Naphtha's here. So naphtha needs to not go to here until it's absolutely ready for that. But also needs to be linked up on both sides. This might be problematic. Give me this. So when we put this in, this is a redstone fluid valve. We're gonna set up naphtha, and it's gonna go into the production of a thing with aromatic hydrocarbons and the other thing. Great. So this is the naphtha. And then I need my fluid valves, which are probably in here. Yep, in my pocket. Perfect. Not fluid valves. These are the other thing. So these will allow me to basically pipe through the ground really easy. And if I measure the distance from here to here, it should be 10. I hope. I hope it's just 10. Slab it. Ah, nice. Cool. That actually worked. I'm happy about that. So I need to put a cable that goes to here. And I also need to set up a chem plant here. A mixture here. Okay, so cable time. Do. Just run it all the way to here. Put it in a 2-bar right at the middle of it. Head over to here. I think I got more of them. Yup. And then we'll have to figure out the processing for natural gas, which is, wow, I don't know. I don't even know what that is going to look like. This doesn't connect to that either, so it doesn't matter. We're going to set this to solvent, which is going to need naphtha coming in through here. Here. Okay. So put in the naphtha on that side. And then where's the other linkage for this? Is it like in here somewhere? Oh, it's right here. And I just gotta shift click it with the naphtha ID. That gives it naphtha. Now that naphtha's in, it's going into here. Or it should be. Solvent time. Not high performance solvent, just regular solvent. And so when this reaches its maximum capacity, I need it to send a signal back that it's at max capacity. So it takes in naphtha and aromatic hydrocarbons to do the signaling. I could just use a barrel here that, if it's full of naphtha, does that basically. That's one way of doing it. That's probably the best way of doing it. I just need more bricks. Okay. I can put in my bricks. Over here. And then they're just going to go like this. Boom, boom, boom. Then I just need to drop it in there somehow. So with this, to drop it in there, I think I'll have to run a double torch system. So that way this piece is getting a torch on it. And then, or well, I could just do, no, yeah, do double torch. That's the only way to drop it in. That's going to get us the signal in there. That's the only way to do it. I mean, yeah, there's other ways, but it's going to be the easiest way as far as how much time I spend doing that. And we can head over to this side. And then we set up a second one here. Like so. Let's power that one off. Except that doesn't work because that's not correct. Actually, this does work. Because this doesn't even need to be here. This just goes straight into the torch. Ah, look at that. Nice. And then that's just got to be like this. Not like that, though. But, like, if I put a hole here. Like this. What the fuck? Well, if this is not a block, then it won't do anything. Cool. That's how it should be. It should be like that. So when it turns on, it will fire and do that. And then whenever this thing has enough... Why do you have light oil inside of you? That's fucking wrong. It needs to be naphtha. He needs more naphtha. This goes like that. And it should be pretty much ready for this section. We need an aromatic hydrocarbon line, and then we also need a way of disposing of excess petroleum gas, because that's going to be an issue if that's going to build up. I go in, put in my aromatic hydrocarbons. Cool. So all the pipes are hooked up. It just needs, now it just needs me to do a way of getting rid of petroleum gas. Because that's what it's got too much of. Here, petroleum gas. There's none in this one yet, but this one isn't set to perfluoromethyl like it's supposed to be. I'm sure there's ways to get rid of it. Well, I don't know what those ways are. Cool. Alright, so that's gonna do good things. Now we need to figure out what we're gonna do for the other stuff, because we still have bitumen processing, which this I believe is all for bitumen processing, and then all of this stuff probably too. So when bitumen's full, it needs to go out into this area, and then we have. I'll need a flow valve for that. I could do that with a flow valve. Basically, what you need is not to have any bitumen backflow. Because then it will just turn it all into crude oil and clog everything. It's already running though. That's impressive. We also need to set up this one. We might want to set it up to where it's got just the right signal strength in it, but it should be maxed out. And if it's maxed out, that means it's going to be running the kerosene into the thing. Well, not from itself. It just means that it will be like, oh, hey, we can do kerosene. So that's what it needs to do. And then, is that set to kerosene? Nope. Cool. All the pipes that need to be kerosene are kerosene, and all the pipes that aren't. This does diesel. Oh, this does light oil, and then turns it to diesel and kerosene. Cool. How many planets have you visited since last time? 2. We went to Moho, and that's pretty much Moho and the Mun so far. Oh. Cool. And so what are we doing now? Natural gas and bitumen processing. Gotta figure that out in a second. But yeah, if you allow any backflow on bitumen, it's just going to send it back into this thing. So we would need a fluid valve that prevents it from getting out. Try Duna, since the bedrock ore there can give you sherbidium. Ooh. I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. If I knew that information, I'd be like, oh, hey, well, I have this much delta V. This is how I get there. I just do it until I get the correct amount of stuff. This is what I look at. I look at the planet I'm going to and all that, and then I go, do I have enough stuff yet? Okay, so what we need now is to move this thing, rearrange it. And this thing works by routing gravel and sand. It does a 9-to-1 ratio. Oh, okay. So we need a 9-to-1 ratio that flows back into that, and then yeah, setting that's up is going to be kind of a difficulty. We also need to deal with petroleum gas. Rockets and Purex. It's also a good reminder that I need to set up Purex. This needs to also go through Purex processing, and I need to have that pipe set up. And we're gonna have to get around this thing. This is gonna be fun, guys. We do need a pipe engine lubricant somewhere too. Well, that's if we want to make ionic gel, but I don't think we do. We haven't actually started on that yet. That's a project for later. We are gonna do it. It's just gonna be not now. This petroleum gas pipe is gonna make it a pain to get around, but don't worry. Ain't nothing stopping us now. And then we just gotta do this all the way. How much farther I gotta go? Okay, just a little bit farther. I guess we take it out of that pipe when we put it in through. Cool. This is not, that's the actual tank. Because that's not a pipe. But that is. So that means that's where I want it to be. And I just gotta connect these two and set them to kerosene. And we have to solve that mess too. And coal oil, which is going to be its own process. So what do we need for a fluid valve? Because I know I've never made a fluid. Oh yeah, there we go. It's a gauge. Control pump. Oh. That's not bad. We'll figure that out in a second. All right, so for that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have we're just gonna make it, and then we're gonna put it in. It's gonna go into the tank for bitumen. That way we reduce the amount of bitumen that can or prevent any bitumen flow back. That's the sole purpose it serves. I'm wondering if we have all the stuff here to make it, or if I have to make a bunch of that still. I'll need 3 steel ingots, some graphite. I don't even know if I have graphite right now. Well, I actually do have graphite somewhere. I mean, it's guaranteed. It's almost as if there's gonna be graphite in one of these boxes. If there's not, there is a place where graphite just gets produced. Is it this one? That's petroleum coke. Oh wait, that's what it produces. It doesn't produce graphite. What am I thinking? Maybe one of these boxes has some. I'm not sure. Because I've seen some somewhere. Not that one. It's in here. It's in this box. Yup. Knew it. The game was rigged from the start. But now it's time to make the other thing. Seven of those. Shells and pipes. Cool, we got it. Got the machine. That sounded close. But this is a flow valve. What does it allow me to do? It allows me to say that this shit needs to not go through here as fast. Or that I don't want it to go through in both directions. I think that's pretty obvious, and I think everybody already knew that. But I'm just making sure. Okay. And that means now that if I set this to green, it'll be fine when I install this. So the input's green, and the output is going to be some other color. Okay. There we go. So then this is the input's bitumen, and then on this side is the output. Hopefully. And then that puts it into here. So then when the bitumen's full, which it will be able to identify using a thingy. Actually, no. We don't even store any of this shit. Just don't even store it. Run it into the process. Process being, we're going to need to make it into asphalt. Or concrete, or something. Something like that. So asphalt production requires gravel and sand. And so to get those two things in, we're going to need a setup that looks like this, but not like this. Takes lava and makes into cobblestone, which needs water. And so for that, to get a net gain of that, you need to have 9 of the thing, or 9. You just need to have 9 cobblestone going back to a liquefaction machine. There we go. That looks nice. Asphalt. No. Cobblestone. Yes. Cobblestone takes 25 water on another thing. So that's going to make the cobblestone. And the liquefaction machine is going to make the... One goes back to liquefaction, the other 9 goes to the shredder. Oh, okay. Okay, then this is gonna go up through here. That's gonna be lava. We're gonna put it through a exporter. Conveyor ejector. Right here. I switch to my screwdriver. Gonna shift that. So it's like that. Then, wait, I'm gonna do it again. So it's like this. Then I'm gonna put in the splitter for the 1:9 ratio. Stealing my splitter, huh? God dang it. Thing was stealing my splitter from me. Absolutely crazy. Unacceptable. But anyway, we're going to take out this. We're going to switch it to 1 to 9. And if I were to put stuff in there, we'll have to test if that works or not, but that'll be in a second. I know it's probably going to work, so... Bro, it's not concerning. Holy shit. And then it's just down to figuring out how to get everything to run. Put that in. So that will be one of the places it goes. The other place is going to be a shredder. Which I don't know exactly the process for this, but... Okay. We're going to put in this piece. We're going to switch this around. So it goes down. That should prevent them from looking weird. No, never mind. Didn't do anything. Okay. Then we put in our shredder blades. Then we're going to take a splitter ratio of 1 to 1. Okay. Okay, so that means we need to do another output like this. And then put it into the thing, if that's possible. Actually, you could do it in this direction and then have it go that way. I did not think about this. But yeah, that means I just need to eject gravel through one of them. Splitter. Oh, that did work. It spat out one gravel. The question is that where I want it to be? Wait, was that supposed to spit out a gravel? I think it just did. Yeah, it worked. Okay. That means it goes into an inserter here. The other one's gonna feed back into this. Somehow. Guess it goes up and then feeds back, which would work. That's a bit of a pain, but hey, it does kind of work. So that's how I feed it back in, and then for the actual final sand output, it's going to go through the bottom and run through another conveyor. Conveyor, switch this thing to go out here. Perfect. And then just grab a thing from over here, an inserter, because I don't have any more of those. And boom. Which this makes it one of the most compact looking setups I think I've ever seen. But most things that need a shredder are usually pretty compact if you compress them enough. If you put effort into compressing it, making it compact, they can usually be pretty compact. Now I just need power for it, which is going to be, the question is, how do I even get power to this thing? And answer is going to be cables. Obviously, cables. And running more cables around. Oh, look at that. We got cables there, and then I need some more of these, I think. Don't have any in, oh wait, I got a few in here. Alt vein miner, and then grab those. Then we're just gonna run these cables back into this guy, the shredder. And then I could just set up the cobblestone processing. So it needs 9 cobblestone to make that happen. And that's not a problem for us. Can quite literally do it right now. Cool, let's see how this does. It should be working. Oh, it needs an inserter here. Okay, that should be my asphalt production plant done. It's at 3 sand and 4 sand and 11 gravel. Wait, did I do the ratios wrong? I think I might have. I think it needs to split out 1 to 2. Then a hopper output for this. This is good. It's working constantly. Nice. And that does mean that now there's no way for backflow to this guy, which would be absolutely terrible, because that means then you're producing so much oil you can't even keep up, because then you have 240 things of bitumen going in there. Shitty. Terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, it's just gotta fill up with lava and keep making cobblestone. I'm gonna go use the restroom. But I'll be back so we can deal with petroleum gas and unsaturated hydrocarbons. The last two oil products we haven't dealt with yet. Which should be pretty easy. I'll just take a look at what natural gas needs real quick. But then I'll go. Natural gas needs... You can do hydrotreating for petroleum gas and sour gas. That takes an input of hydrogen though. We could run it through that to syngas. I could just get rid of it, honestly. What do we make from this that's valuable? Because I don't want to spend hydrogen on it. I don't want to do that. Oh, wait. We need this for tantalum production. Which we'll do that. We'll set that up. This is a good idea. Have it just store and just store any of it. But then run it into... production for the other thing. Oh, there it is. So yeah, well, that's what we'll do. We'll just store all of our natural gas. There's no point in processing it, okay? You can technically run it through and then process it, but I'm not doing that. There's 0 point for me to do that. The only reason is for rubber, and I'm not making that, and I don't know, I don't need it. Don't need it. I'll be back in like a bit. So let's get the stuff for the petroleum gas and all that finished, and then should be pretty good. So for natural gas, we're just going to turn it into the tantalum production setup. So it will just go to that. I suppose I don't even need to... Well, I could just store it in a tank, but I also want to move this, but at the same time, I can't really do that because this is in the perfect spot as it is. So, like, I need to pipe it over with ducts. Okay, let's go ahead and figure that out. Let's go ahead and switch these to this. Get rid of these piping. Could just take a pipe there, but that's gonna be annoying. Could just move it. Which makes sense. But also I need hydrogen for it, and I'm not trying to expend... I don't know, should I try to expend the hydrogen we produce, or are we gonna use that? Are we gonna use hydrogen? Probably not, actually. So, like, I could technically do it, but... Oh. I don't know. It's a lot of work to do that. Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and do what makes sense then. Tear this down. Let's set that up in a second. What the heck? There's no storage for this stuff. Cool. What the fuck? That is too much concrete right there. Tear it down. Tear down. This machine's gonna run tantalum production, so we need to remember how that even works, which is pretty simple. It's with concrete. You can technically use the concrete bricks, but I just use concrete because it's cheap. And we need a way to make a peroxide right here. So locally producing peroxide. We'll set up the water barrel that hooks into both setups. Need a tank for that. Then we're going to need oxygen and hydrogen production, but we can do that too. What we can do is we can run oxygen and hydrogen into the machine, I guess. What do I mean by it? It literally goes in the machine for the process in the first place. Okay, I need to get to just a stopping point, I think. But first I need to go over to here. Let me see. What is this? That's not doing anything, and then this is not doing anything. So I need both of them. Yeah, water drainage pipe, of course. That should do. Okay. And then we'll figure out how the heck we're going to get hydrogen and oxygen in this day and age when you can't do that with chem plants. Used to be able to do it with chem plants, but now you cannot. Maybe there's still the old recipe, but we don't have the old machine to do it. I think we might. So this side is going to do that. Then we're going to have a output on this side for water. Any excess water goes out this thing. What's this? Water? Or no, that's gonna... Yeah, we need to hook water to that so it will run. So we need to set up our water barrel. Actually, water is also going to go into this side. It's not putting it into there. Set it to water. Output water into there, please. Go. Ah, there we go. Now it's doing its job. It's full. Get rid of that. Then set up this. Boom. Technically, it just needs to be this. That should bring this chem plant back online. Right? Wrong. That will bring the chem plant back online. It doesn't have any power though, so it's not going to do anything until it gets power. Now it has power, now it's going to do stuff. Peroxide production, which is going to fill up its internal tanks. And then if it needs hydrogen, it needs hydrogen production as well. So we're going to hook up another pipeline for the hydrogen. Just liquid hydrogen can go in here. And I don't think we don't really need the oxygen part. Wait. Okay, we do need, no, there's, oh, it's oxygen is what we'll need for our part. Well, that's great, because I don't really have much oxygen production here. I just have the hydrogen production. Okay, but I'm going to need more pipes for that. Because I'm not using the ducts. And then we'll figure out oxygen production. I don't think we can... We have another electrolysis machine on the moon, but I don't want to make one. Kind of don't really feel that. We'll have to look for a way to get oxygen. Probably atmospheric distillation probably can do that. Which would be to say that we're going to just use the atmosphere for our oxygen needs. That's probably a great idea. But I feel like it'd be a lot of work because I have to move that. I could, but I would like it closer. It's a lot to think about trying to pipe it like 10,000 miles. Plus, I gotta clean up these. If only we could produce it locally, that'd be where it's at. And then hydrogen is gonna pass under all of the petroleum gas piping. Okay, there we go, guys. My stone. And time to just tunnel over. This is going to be set to hydrogen. And once we get to the point where we're at the bitumen setup, it will make things very easy. Let me see. We're almost there. How far are we from it now? Well, this is right under the tank, so then if I'm there, going here will get me there. Okay. Over to here. This is where my pipe ends. Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's a very good piping. That's gonna work really well. It's gonna work wonders. Then we'll just do hydrogen piping. Hydrogen. Then oxygen, which I think we can actually make that. We do need to find a way to dispose of petroleum gas, and I think oxygen is a byproduct. So if you have liquid oxygen, it can be made from clearly air, oxygen-rich air. Do not air. Surprise you there. Electrolysis. Brine, copper sulfate. Those things make sense. Okay, there is no way to make it from what I thought you could do. I thought you could literally just do petroleum gas and that does it, but we'll have to look around and see if there's alternative. I don't think the oxygen pinwheel's a real thing, but that'd be nice if it was. So we could do Erlum air. Could do the water methods. Copper sulfate. Or we could just pipe it over from the previous setup. It's really surprising that there's no actual way of getting oxygen natively. But everything else is native. There is the radiolysis recipe for peroxide. So if you take water and radiolysis, which is, you can make this into peroxide, basically. Ignore those recipes. Those are just telling you how to, yeah, you can make it into peroxide and hydrogen. Okay. What the heck is this? It provides all 6 of them. Interesting. Hazardous waste. What does that give you? What the heck? Ike? Oh, uranium. I just guess this is all uranium stuff. It gives you all uranium. Hazardous waste. Uranium. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I need to make oxygen. Still brainstorming oxygen production. Well, is there any setup? I don't actually. I should be using all of the electrolysis machines over there. Wait, there is an idea that just popped in my brain, which is quite simple. What I could do is just use the. I don't like piping fluids all over the place. This is all disgusting. Look at all these pipes. It's disgusting. That's why I don't really want to pipe. But I'm gonna have to. Well, millions must pipe today is the name of the game. So let's go ahead and do it. We need oxygen over there, and so this thing, if it's hydrogen, we can get rid of that. Yeah, we're gonna just dispose of that. I think there's a couple funnels I could use to get rid of the hydrogen. Over here, there should be at least one. Drainage pipe. There we go. That's what it's called. And it's just gonna plug right in the side. Cool. That's gonna be hydrogen. It's gonna just dispose of it straight into the carbon dioxide stream. I'm sure that won't have any undue consequences. It's gonna be my liquid hydrogen output. What is this? Titanium? We're processing stuff? What are we doing? Where did that come from? I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. But that's good. Good to see. Tear down this pipeline. What is this for? Why is the hydrogen peroxide pipe like this? Oh wait, that powers... Okay, I know what that goes to. This is a precision jab for precision tools. You're never going to see a coker unit in any of my setups because the coker unit is just out of style. There's no point in coking stuff. Unless you're making a dedicated petroleum coke plant, I don't see a point in coker units anymore. Because they only give you 10% fluid output, which is what I mainly used it for, was for the fluid output. Because they give you 10% back. But then if the 10% is not what I need, because I need more, because it's better to have more, then I'm not taking 10%, I'm taking 50. But they only yield back the 10%. Doesn't matter. So I won't ever use them again. Although I still have a couple lying around from the ancient days when I used to use them. Okay, this should make it easier to pipe over. Switch over to here. We're going to do every 10 blocks. One of these needs to be put into place. Just right about there. Too far away. Too far away. My thing I'm not going to say right now. God damn it. Ugh. It's a problem. 6. Think about right there should be fine. Cool. Fill in the hole with dirt so nothing can fall down. Marble. What is this? Marble? Yeah, it is marble. Boom. Put that in there. Dirt. Then it's time to figure out where this is going. Another one. So just jump over. 6 meters. I sure do think I like to fall through the floor. This is like the 3rd time it's happened today. But that's okay. I just gotta figure stuff out with the pipe. 9 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 8, 9. Okay, 8 right here. Boom. Grab another one. Go another 9 meters. So right here. Boom. Go another 9 meters. So right here. What the fuck? Who said it would be so painful to do this? Who would have guessed? Right here. Boom. Another few meters. Yes. 6, 8, 9. Why was 6 afraid of 8? Saw the title and I had to watch. What, you like HBM mod? Or what is the title? Or you mean the thumbnail? Soy Jack Industries. The greatest bedrock processing setup that doesn't actually process bedrock because it's broken. It just sits there. That's all it does. It is real. I'm telling you. It's real. Real place. Isn't it 7? Seven? What? I have no idea what anything's going on right now. I'm just here, guys. I just work here. Okay, guys, I just work here. There used to be a flare stack right there. And back to the oxygen moving pipeline. The absolute agony that is this. Falling through the floor every 5 unlucky steps. Oh shit. Almost did it again. So let's go ahead and set this one to the next number, which is going to be the glorious number 13. Everybody's most luckiest number. I'm going to say this once and once only. This stone is super annoying. It really bothers me. Why won't you pipe wrench all the way over? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, guys. Did you all just let me do that? This absolute nonsense. But anyway, we're about to be at the thing, so I guess we can just pipe directly into it. Yes, this doesn't really meet what I normally do. Let's just go ahead and put in an end piece for this so it doesn't look too terrible. Okay, because I do have standards, and the standards are pipe into the thing with regular pipes so it doesn't look too suspicious, you know what I mean? I don't want people suspecting that I did this all with pipe anchors. Then I connect this over to my other pipe anchor, and it's connected. So that means next step will be finding where I put my fluid ID, which is probably somewhere, and I don't know where it's at. So now I can set this to liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen on all pipes, please. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. It was intended. So with that done, we need to go ahead and check my work because I know I missed a cable here. Ah, look at that. Knew it. How do I know that? Because I literally can see with 2 eyes. Obvious. Super obvious. Now, there's one other really annoying substance that you guys might know about in this setup. That is the wonderful, wonderful substance of petroleum gas. And, well, let's just say I hate petroleum gas as much as I hate reformant gas. That's to say that reformant gas sucks. And so does petroleum gas suck. So we'll have to figure out how to dispose of those in a second. But first, let's go ahead and run in circles because I want to forget what I'm doing. So, well, actually, let's check the recipes on what you can even do with petroleum gas. Because obviously, petroleum gas isn't useless. It has usages. It's just, once you have too much of it, it becomes annoying. The only real processing method is to turn it back to light oil with sulfuric acid. But, I mean, that's one I could consider. I'm not going to do that one. You have also the method that produces unsaturated hydrocarbons with the notorious and infamous reformant gas. Hell's greatest oil products right there. Yep. Hell's oil product. It's shitty. Because there's no end point for reformant gas. Except for a few things. Well, apparently you can make deuterated hydrocarbons. I don't know what that's going to do for us. Oh. Never mind. Never mind, guys. That's actually not bad. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Right, guys? Right? What do you think about deuterated hydrocarbons? It's not a bad idea, right? But first, we need to do a reformer there, which means I need to go commit cannibalism on one of my other... It's the stupidest fusion fuel, you believe? Well, I believe it's a perfectly great way of getting rid of the stupid and annoying substances. Something like 10 million, so you need to couple it with a balefire fusion. Okay, well, it was worth an exploration. Unless we can find some way to dispose of this reformant gas, I don't really see what I'm going to do with this. Elbow grease? What am I going to do with elbow grease? I need headlight fluid, you know what I mean? Elbow grease, right? Sour gas. What? Mercury. What the heck? How do you get this? The substance I must get. Syngas. The infamous syngas. Our actual new best friend is going to be syngas. Because... Okay, so... what I'm going to do... Could just burn it up. Yeah, but we want to get the most yield from it, I think. I mean, if we have an excess of it after what I plan to do with it, so either we could, A, use it as fusion fuel, or B, put it through your fusion irradiator, and then put it back into the thingy. But that means that we need to have this thing, like, running at peak for both setups. Both the fusion reactor and this setup are going to have to run constantly to do what they need to do. But for now, we're going to just take my cannibalized catalytic reformer, because this is the only solution that exists to petroleum gas. Man's greatest enemy is petroleum gas. It's invaded every facet of my existence. So we must destroy it. And the easiest way to do that is in the catalytic reformer, which actually doesn't destroy it and just takes it and makes it into better stuff. But also at the same time destroys it. Nope. One more to satisfy my... Yep, that looks good. Perfect. You can't even tell it's on bricks or not. We need a thing for petroleum gas to run through here. Okay, and I think it will fit. Is this kerosene? This needs to be hydrogen. Or is it? No. Okay, cool. Oh, congratulations. We need another hydrogen pipe. God dang it. God dang it. However, I do like this method of us produce elbow grease, right? Elbow grease is the future, guys. I'm telling you all. Elbow grease. The future. Future. And, I probably should set up a thing for that. So it doesn't just run all the time. So what we could do is take a barrel of, and put it at the end here. Or a tank and put it at the end. This tank can store all of the stuff. The hydrogen. No. I got too many things on my mind right now. My brain is shutting down. But in other words, we need to just set this up. Take in petroleum gas. Run it through. And then measure the output of it in redstone. And that should be pretty easy. So it needs to go to here first, and then we can figure out if it's going to go into here or not. And then this guy's green. So yeah, we might not even ever need to dispose of petroleum gas inside of this thing. Hopefully. That'd be the hope, at least. Is that we never need to do this, but I know in this world we are going to need to do that. Because that's just how that works. We produce so much petroleum gas anyway. It's not even funny. There's no way I can actually not dispose of it. So we kind of need to do that. Then, of course, we need to set up bricks on top of that. But this should be pretty easy. Just set the pipe to petroleum gas. And then we're going to need to go steal another comparator from somewhere. Which I think there's not one there. Oh, looks like there's one right here. Perfect. Good. Oh, hey, this would have been much better to use, but I don't really care. We're going to steal that. Run it back over to here. And we're going to start setting it up after I mine a bunch of stone. So I can make stone bricks again. Oh, look at that. Stone bricks already. Done. Cool. Put that in. And my oil setup is, like, actually clean looking. Surprisingly. And also kind of symmetrical, too. Which is a little bit, weird. It's weird because things are in line and it doesn't make sense. Okay, well. We have an oil setup that looks pretty. Which means that, of course, we will get all the GTNH players and, or something. I don't know. We need more GTNH jokes. Since that is Goofy Gaming right there. So when we do this, it's gonna put out a signal there. So to do this properly, what we can do is output into a sealed pipe, technically, which is a solid block, and then just... This is one way of doing this, but if we need a pipe output here, we can just swap this brick for a sealed pipe. That allows us to snake this thing around. Not into itself, obviously. So, you don't want that. But what you can do to avoid that would be to take it up a block. So if I... It's not gonna work. But if I were to go like this, that feeds back into itself, and that does subtraction on its own data, which is not what we want at all. In no way do we want that, ever. But then this gives us our actual output, and of course it doesn't matter if I have a full tank of this stuff. I'm just trying to dispose of it whenever I have enough that I can start doing that. If I have a full tank of petroleum gas, then there's probably something wrong. And that's why we need to dispose of it, because too much petroleum gas, bad for your oil setup, because it means everything's gonna get clogged and nothing's gonna happen. So now we've clogged, or we've actually done worse than I needed to do, because doing it this way prevents us from using this one, and I want as many ports available as possible. So doing it like this gets me that, because now it can't conduct into this thing. Should definitely teach how the comparator works. It's a very good system. It does addition or subtraction on analog signals, and it can also take an analog signal out, so it's pretty useful for analog systems. Now I need to plug this thing in. Plug it in. I think I have no more cords. Okay, I don't think I have any more. So we're just gonna go steal them from somewhere else, because that's what we're doing now. Stealing. Criminal activity right here. Banned. Vein miner. Vein miner 7. Perfect. That's 26. Took me 5 seconds to do that. Amazing. And if you're wondering what this setup does, this setup's for coal oil, which means it's going to be destroyed and put into this setup. Which is... I mean, if you looked at my oil setup before and after, you'd be like, damn, it's so much smaller than it used to be. Which is, I mean, for oil, it's a good thing. For other things, not so much, but I'll let you interpret what that means. We'll go ahead and set this up. Boom. And then that means I have power in here, and then this is set to naphtha for some reason. But it can do petroleum gas, which is going to give you your stupid reformant gas. Ugh. And then, because we hate reformant gas so much, so much, we need to come up with a method to dispose of it without interfering with this, because... Okay, so here's the problem with connecting this. If I connect this setup, which produces petroleum gas, to this one, and then dispose of reformant gas, I will never produce BTX in the setup. Because it's never going to produce enough to clog this up when we're disposing of it. So I can't connect the two outputs for reformant gas. It can't happen. Thus, when we go to do this, there will be no connection between those two. That means I only will get the whatever percent yield from petroleum gas I'm getting, which is 100 reformant gas per 1,000 or 500 of this. Let's check the recipe, actually. Which says 850 unsaturated hydrocarbons. And I remember doing the math on this recipe. So you put in 1,000, you're getting 85% of these. You're getting 10% of these. And then you're getting the other 5% of these. So you're getting 1,000 fluid back. Which is important, because that means you're not losing any. See, if you put 1,000 in and you only get 500 total back, you're losing 50% then. So math and numbers are fun for me, but not for you, because that probably sucks and is boring. So now I need to dig another hole in the ground and then make this place an absolute wreck, an absolute mess. I mean, the petroleum pipe is already the messiest pipe, and it goes through every... It's like a grid. It's literally a grid-shaped pipeline. I mean, everything produces petroleum gas. It's just a known fact of life that we're just going to have to suffer through the petroleum gas to get to the other side. You know? That's... Okay. Okay. Well, just push through. Set up the hydrogen pipeline. Hydrogen is also super useful, right? Liquid hydrogen. Take that out. Put it into your machinery over here. This allows me to produce my... Tantalum? Yeah. Substance, which is up to interpretation as well. And now that all that's done, like all that we have left is to figure out how to dispose of reformant gas. Where am I putting my unsaturated hydrocarbons? Into a hole in the ground. Because I said so. There might be a pipe I can connect them to. Actually, nope. They're on the surface. That means I have to literally dig a hole through the ground. Oh, but you know what? I could save on my aluminium piping if I won't become British. I don't want to do that. Anyway, so we're going to connect, grab out my toolbox first. Gonna connect the pipe this way. Boom. And then fall through the ground. Yeah, I'm gonna find a way out eventually. Don't worry. Gonna find the exit eventually. And then connect this pipe up with, don't do it again. Okay, cool. With this thing. Problems solved-ified right there. take this, there, that, connect. I said connect. Yes, is it connected? Is it just that in line that I can't? Oh yeah, it's connected. Don't ask how it goes through one pipe. It's a pipe with a circular hole in it, so I can fit another pipe through it. Okay. Don't ask how that works. It's physics. Simple physics say that you can put a pipe through a pipe. It's like the cable thing. When I used to be like, oh hey, you can put cables through the ground and stuff. Ah, that's kerosene? Oh, it's just made of iron. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, you wouldn't even need to see that kerosene pipe anyway. So now, all that's left to do really is just to shove a bunch of cobblestone and dirt in holes. So I don't have to see the unholy abomination that lives underneath of it. It can just be like an eldritch god sitting there, doing whatever it's going to do. AKA clog and make a mess for me to clean up later. And also piss off all the local environmental enthusiasts, if there are any. Which I don't think there is, so I think we're pretty safe. I think we got them all in the last last event. But this is a great setup. Absolutely amazing. Well, actually, it would be amazing, but it's still missing a couple pieces because we have to hook in a fusion reactor to this. Okay, so that's one part of it. And then we also have to solve how we're gonna even connect the fusion reactor into this. Which, yeah, the fusion reactor gets connected into it. That's pretty interesting. We're literally going to connect the fusion reactor to an oil setup. Something I've never, ever thought about doing ever before is about to happen. Very interesting. But it should be successful. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that it probably will work very well. Especially considering the rate at which we're going to be producing our stuff. And not only are we linking a fusion reactor with it, we are linking asteroid mining into our fusion reactor to link it with this. So to produce dash, you need mercury and dash powder, which both are produced extensively over there. And then, if we take gold, we can produce even more mercury, which means that basically taking gold through the fusion reactor gives us RTG pellets, giving us more mercury. Quite simply, that makes power to give this thing its pellets, which gives this thing power to run. And also power that it can export, because if it has 60 pellets running, all gold 198, if you check the energy output on this, we're going to go ahead and multiply 60 by 2000 HE per tick. That's kind of a bit of energy, okay? That's however much energy I'm about to show you all. 120 kilo HG per whatever generation time it takes. So that's a lot of energy, but not as much as lead 209 or California. But I don't know why Californian's so good. I'm gonna offend all the Californians if I say that. Okay, never mind. How's this doing? Is this doing good? This is probably produced an entire box right now. Right here? Oh, hell yeah. Good. Good stuff. It's out of bitumen. It's good. So for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a... I could just make gold 198 pellets. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll just start making a bunch of gold 198 pellets. Actually, let's go over to the... let's go to TAA and see if that's got any good stuff. TAA. Yeah, TAA right here. Oh yeah, it's just doing nothing at this point. Oh, that's not good. I don't want that. But we're gonna be taking Fallout 76 and putting it through here to get all the good stuff. I need to really automate this thing. Because this kind of is annoying to touch. And of course, for all of the wonderful viewers out there, I'm going to show you all a magic trick if you take this stuff right here, this yellow powder called cesium 137. Absolutely hilarious, right? Now, if we throw this out the door, I'm pretty sure this will just blow up something. Never mind, it doesn't do any damage to anything. That's kind of embarrassing, but hey. I think I could do some absolutely stupid ideas with this stuff. I mean, let's find a dispenser. Let's see if we can make something stupid today. We need a dispenser and 2 repeaters. I could show you guys how to make a super fast clock. I think we'll find a dispenser or dropper or something here. Nope. Maybe. Oh, found my found a comparator. Well, so yeah, you can make a super fast clock that just works. Okay, in the wise words of Todd Howard, just works. But I don't know where that's at. We might have dispensers somewhere else. Maybe it's in blocks. I wonder if he put it in blocks. That'd be just like him to do. Okay, I don't see anything in there. Well, we're just gonna have to make one. So to make a dropper, you just do 8 cobblestone and some redstone. Which I'm gonna need this cobblestone for later anyway. We're obviously not just done for the day. We're just goofing off for a little bit, taking a little break from the stupidity I'm working on. All right, so we're gonna do one of these, and this is probably the fastest clock I've ever actually seen. I could make it faster. I mean, you do need to... I'm going to try out a new thing with this. I've never actually tried a clock that does what I'm about to make it do, but... So what we're going to do is that. That's the first step. And then... Okay, so obviously with this you have a tick of delay at minimum. This also has a tick of delay. So that goes into that, which goes into itself. That's pretty fast, but it burns out, which means that it's not fast enough for me, and doesn't last long enough. So to make it faster, we need to do some real magic with this thing, which means I need the torch, but I also need more torches and a repeater, which I can find a repeater if we go over to here and steal that thing. So, doing some more criminal activity right here. Perfect. Absolute criminal. Steal, steal, steal. Where's it at? I could have swore I had one here. Unless it's in another setup. Maybe it's over there. Okay, let's run over there. Past Jeff Gabe Gate. Whatever it is. Jeff K. Wait, did I just say Jeff Gay? What the heck? Absolute nonsense. Okay, maybe it's not here. I mean, there's a lot of comparators here I can harvest. I need to keep that in mind. And there's a giant crater. I'm not sure what happened there. It's probably my doing, honestly. So a torch is an inverter, basically, in logic. So if you want to know, that's useful, right? You can use that for a lot of things. You use an inverter for so much stuff. There might be one down there, actually. Now I think about it. Never mind. But I remember this thing being, when we made this thing, that was, like, so clean, but now this is replacing it? This is ridiculous. I like that my setups have gotten so much cleaner since then. Okay, do this as a redstone comparator. Wait, repeater. And then we take, well, let's go ahead and set up this stupid machine. Do we have more cesium? Ah, perfect. I like that stuff. Just like in real life, it explodes, but it doesn't do anything when it explodes, apparently. Which is, that says I need to empty out my inventory because I have too much garbage on me right now. Okay, don't worry, guys. I'm solidifying the absolute disaster that was about to occur. Except I'm undoing stuff. Okay, here we go. Like that, and then you gotta get it just right. But that's the fastest clock you can make. Except you can't turn it off. And so if you can do that, then you can do what I'm about to do, and oh dear. This is gonna create a lot of lag, isn't it? Hold on, I'll just be a second. That wasn't as satisfying as I wanted it to be. Because they all grouped up. So how do we make this machine better? Well, first of all, what we can do is not have them group up like that, okay? So we need to come up with a way to make them not group up, and then it will be better next time. But I don't really care about that, because this setup doesn't even matter. So, we're not gonna do that. Technically, you can get this thing faster, I think. Because there's a redstone machine from the redstone handbook that does that. If I remember correctly. It is possible to make it faster. But should we? That's the real question, is should we? Okay, so what we need to do is set up an automation for this, because I am almost blinded. Almost blinded by the visible light there. Okay. Well, that would have been a fun experience. But you can technically take a hopper from this. Right from the center. Like that. And put it into a box. Like these. Which solves all of my issues. Hopefully when I jump out, I don't go blind. Because if I go blind, that's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun episode then. Awesome. So now I put it in. Oh, hey, that's actually true. I remember that. I forgot about that. That was, yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's my bad. Oh, shit. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do that. What are we looking at here? This is just gonna do this. Then I need some way to get more fallout for it. Producing gold 198 as slowly as possible. I actually might have an irradiation channel that can... We might have even more gold 198, not honestly. I'll just look through the boxes. Hello, gold 198. Gold 198. Is there any gold 198 hiding in here? If I remember correctly, powder used to be... powder was always more radioactive than the regular stuff. But, or regular than ingots. Powder to ingots. Powder is better. Oh yes. We could just make it over here with RA226BE pellets. Or another one. There's another one. Okay. If I can find some RA226BE, we'll just use that. I actually think there might be some at TAA. If not, there's plenty of radium here. Because I like radium 226 on... Okay, I don't know. Don't know if I should say that one. Gotta become more friendly to the advertisers. So I can become like a super capitalist. Yes. The ultimate plan. And this stuff is useless. What do you do with dust? I guess throw it in the water. I don't know. That's how we dispose of everything. What do you do with nuclear waste? Throw it in the water. What do you do with sewage? Hey, just throw it in the water too. Great disposing vessel. Just like the wonderful air itself. Another great disposal vessel. But don't worry, because I'm not going to say how dare you, because I don't blame you. There's no real good place to dispose of stuff, other than the air and water. It's perfect. I feel like I'm getting like 8,000% more FPS right now for some reason. Or I'm just jumping faster or something. Gravity. Okay. Where is it hiding? I know there's one here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Right at Soy Jack Industries. The reason everybody is here is to see Soy Jack Industries. Except that's inverted. Thumbnail for the next video, Soy Jack. Thumbnail for this video, Soy Jack. Okay. And then we're gonna take so much gold here that it's unbelievable. Hey, I did the math for gold 198 too. No, no, no. That's barely radioactive. Barely hurting me. Oh, that's crazy. But I did math for gold 198 yesterday. Or to actually calculate how much we're making. And so we're looking at like, if you have 3 rockets, you should be getting 1 gold crystal every 66 minutes. Which, I have the math written out actually. So then I did a 40 to 80% ratio for that. Because at a 100% chance, it will take you 66 minutes to get. But at the other, it just stopped raining right as I picked up gold 198. Maybe that's the recipe. I need gold. And I need a lot of gold. I hope I have a lot of gold ingots somewhere. I don't know if I'm going to use all this. But hey, I'm going to just smelt this all up. We're going to take it over there. Because we have unlimited time to get gold 198. Oh, it looks like somebody's already started on this. Absolutely perfect. And then we'll just take this over to the radiation channel. And these apparently last for like, what was it, 2.5 hours? I can check actually. In a second, I'll check all of the statistics we calculated out yesterday and figured out for how much gold we are producing, how much we need to produce, and then also, because it's kind of an odds thing, right? So to get 1 gold, you have a 2.5% chance to get 1 gold from 1 rocket every 5 minutes. So the things that matter are the amount of rockets we have, the amount of gold or the odds that we're getting gold every minute, or every 5 minutes, and then, well, from there you have all the information you need. Basically, you need to know the amount of rockets you have, the odds of you getting gold from 1 rocket, and then, of course, that'll give you the time and stuff that you need. Because every 5 minutes they land, that means there's 1 odd, or 1 chance that they bring it, in that 2.5% chance. Now, I'm not good with statistics like that, like with odds. So I just was like, okay, well, I don't know the exact odds and I don't know how to do that. But I do know that I could just probably use a range to say that, okay, well, in 40 to 80% chance, we will have 1 every amount of this time. And then, of course, there will be, because I think 40 to 80 is the reasonable odds that we'll get 1. That means if I look at my math on my, here, I should have it. So for 5.33 to 10.66 landings, or just 6 to 11 landings for 1 crystal every 23 to 53 minutes at 40 to 80% odds, with a worst case scenario that it's 1 every 66 minutes at 100% odds, and for a single rocket. And then, well, oh, okay, that's for 3 rockets right there. That's for all 3 of them combined. It'll be 23 to 53 minutes that we get 6 ingots of gold, pretty much. And then if it doesn't happen within the 80% range, or the 40 to 80 range, then at 100%, it'll be 66 minutes then. That's the max it can take. 66 minutes for 3 rockets. Although, at 1 rocket, it's going to be 16 to 32 landings. 80 to 160 minutes. That's for 40 to 80 odds. And then for your 100, it's going to be a worst case of 1 gold crystal every 200 minutes. That's all that matters. That would be 40 landings. Okay, so that'd be 40 landings. That will get you 1 every 200 minutes. Although that's not exactly true, because, see, when I consider that information, there's two things that matter, which is going to be like the fact that you can't consider all of your rockets at once. Okay, so if you take all of your rockets and you can't consider them all at once into that ratio, I had to do them each individually to put them in, because if you consider them all at the same time, then you don't consider all of their odds. Like, so if you add up all of the 2.5% odds you have at the start, I don't know if it's wrong or right technically, but I don't believe that's going to give you the exact number you're looking for, because then you're saying it has 7.5 odds, whereas you need to do each one individually, because they're all individual rockets. So technically we have 2.5% odds, and then, yeah, we could do math all day, but really, I don't need to be doing that. Because then we'll have a stream where it's like that one stream, you know what I mean? Where I try to calculate out all the oil stuff, and that one was okay. It was pretty fun, I'll admit. But at the same time, it was not fun for you all. And I need to get this gold out of my inventory. Oh, and in addition to gold, we need to make nickel, because this needs special treatment. Okay, guys? Needs special treatment for its plating. I'm just gonna do 2 stacks of nickel plates for now. I don't need much. Gold. For days. And then we'll head over and we'll bring another stack with us of gold, at least. Bring that over to the area. Soy Jack Industries. I'm assuming everybody's still here because you're all nerds and like numbers, but I'm not going to go into more numbers. I feel like I'm just going to give everybody brain pain if I start talking about more numbers, but I also don't have more numbers to talk about, because all it is just the amount of landings, the amount of time it takes, and then the range for the odds. Fusion's coming along? Cool, I'll check that out in a second. I'll give them something interesting to see. We'll take a tour of the fusion setup in a second. This is gonna take a little bit, I think, for these guys. Oh, no, that's not good. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't touch that stuff. Maybe I should hire some professionals to touch that stuff. Oops. Well, that's good stuff. Well, let's go ahead and run on back there. It's gonna be a while for all that gold 198. Of course, we could speed it up, but I think we're gonna do one pellet at a time. Move it over, and then we need to figure out distro for the pellets too, and how we're even gonna source the pellets. But I'll do the I'll call dibs on the sorting system for it, but then we need a distribution system, which is gonna be probably on you to do. Unless I get done with my distro system. I'm not going to work on it right away. I'm just going to go around and check out what we've got here. This is good looking. This is a good looking setup so far. This is going to be the fusion reactor, which is going to go underneath of all of the stuff we're putting in. I believe this is the roof level, so the floor will sink in. the bottom of all of our stuff will just fall in when I have hooked up all the stuff. And speaking of that, we do still have one task to do related to getting everything hooked up for oil, and that's over here. See this mess? This mess right here is going to become an important and crucial part of supplying my oil from both places. So when the idea originally was, when that guy is not running, all of his oil goes to here, and they share oil. However. Ah, okay, cool. And so for us to get the oil distributed, we need to have a setup that handles natural gas and stuff. Oh, you know, that's also another thing. Now that I think about it, we do need to actually have... We actually haven't even hooked up the natural gas pipeline. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. Let's hook up that natural gas piping. Do it to here. Pipe. No, it does not match. Okay, cool. But it's okay. We'll match in a second. I think this will hook in. Okay, cool. And then if it does hook in, it just needs to be swapped to natural gas. N-A-T. Nat gas. Hell yeah. Gas for gnats. Connect this pipe to here, giving us our natural gas. And that's going to go inside of here for this thing. So then I need liquid oxygen. Did I not connect the liquid oxygen pipeline? It's almost as if I connected a liquid oxygen pipe to this. And it doesn't want to play ball with that. Okay, well, let's head over and figure it out. But I have 2 fracking towers, which means in order to process and do it well... Oh, this is... Oh, my gosh. Well, okay, this is cool. We also are going to need more solvent for this. But I made this thing before I needed solvent, so we'll figure that out in a second. Switch over to this thing, and then grab out this box, and we're gonna swap out the box real quick. Oh, it's already done. It just made a bunch of this stuff though. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll need to make more. But in the meantime, we need to get some other stuff too. What do I need? I'm gonna take the nickel plates out of this thing once they're done. Oh, we only have one more left. And then we're gonna make them in plates. And the plates go into RTG pellets. Let me double check the legitimacy of this information. Just to be sure I'm not gonna make this into the wrong thing. Oh, yes, it is true. It does need nickel. I hate nickel. It comes from the moon. I hate this stuff. And then we have to make our gold 198 over there, and then mix it up and put it into these, and then it'll be done in no time at all. But the main thing will be producing stuff for this. So what do we need to do here? We need to take down those pipes, because that's not going to work for me anymore. Actually, we can leave this piping here. We just need to figure out a way to connect it to everything. And then also need to connect... Oxygen's messed up. That's the problem. Okay, so with oxygen, why is it not outputting? What's its big issue right now? Like, it got an issue or something. It does not want to produce oxygen. Ah, that's why. Because there's no actual supply of water to it. And it probably would be lucky if I had my water with me, but I did not bring that back from the moon. Unfortunately, I only brought back the pinwheel for chlorine because I'm like, that's more useful. It isn't. Not really. Not really much more you can do with that. But, of course, we'll just take this and just shove it in this thing. No need to actually... we're gonna do the right thing, and we're just gonna make a giant pipe snake that goes over there, okay? So the way that's gonna work, we're gonna switch over to this. I don't want to use this many pipe anchors, but I'm gonna have to. That's sad. That's not where that goes. Yep, it's on the ceiling. That's not where that goes. I mean, yeah, technically it could go on the ceiling, but we're just gonna pipe it up to here. Gonna build my giant pipe snake. Nice, like that. Don't mind that it's gonna be slightly crooked. That's intentional. $4 meters right now, which we're on the ground level, so it's not gonna be actually the super accurate numbers we're looking for. And if I jump up, it should be like less than that now. But if I connect it right here, it might be the perfect length. Now I think about it. No, stop. You're joking. No. Please. Make it simple for once. Okay. Connect there. Connect to here. We'll just follow the other pipe snake and make it look like it's a normal piping setup, okay? Very usual. Oh. I'm gonna have to go all the way for this one. And that goes in there. Because you can do two things at once on the electrolyzer. So for all of you, if you don't know that already, that's good information to know. You can do ore processing with it and also regular liquid electrolysis all at the same time. And then we just gotta set that to water. So do this, water, and then you have your water pipeline. Perfect. Connect it in, and production is underway. Or is it? Why did it stop? What the problem, man? Come on. Produce more water and just keep that going. Keep that going. So that will get that done. And then, of course, to actually complete the setup, we need to have some things. I think we're missing fluorite, so we need that. We'll just run some fluorite over there, and we'll put in a hopper. We need to make more pipe anchors. It's another thing I need to do before we get started with the oil conundrums. And of course, this thing ended up in generally the same spot, so now we still have to have it elevated. That's kind of annoying, but we will figure it out. We'll figure it out, okay? Don't worry. So here's fluorite. It's going to go in. It's going to do that stuff. The outputs go down, and they do their stuff anyway. And, of course, it's clogged with that. But don't worry. Don't worry. So yeah, it's already working. It's making Pandemonium 3 Tantalite, the movie. And then it's going to put that into here with hydrogen peroxide. Once it's done doing this step, it will output that into the form of substance. Which I want. I want substance. Now, to take out the substance, there is a trick that I always like to show off. Where you go ahead and take a conveyor ejector. And I'll show you what it looks like. I think I showed it off last episode as well. But you take a conveyor ejector and hook it up to a hopper. And the reason I do this is so that way I don't have any potential for my stuff to get destroyed or lost or anything of the sort. Because there is, if you do a conveyor ejector to an inserter, then it has a chance to, well, clog and then destroy all the substances you worked so hard to produce. I don't want that. I'm just trying to figure out where I put my, oh, here it is. Since I don't want that, what I'll do is this, which is a very, very smart way of not having that problem. Because there's no way for it to get lost on any conveyor belts where it could get ejected and then, because the inserter is full, it won't be able to take it in. Or if the inserter is full, it will just buzz it down to nothing and to turn it into dust, essentially. So because of that, I've solved those issues by simply making it look like that, which you don't need to do that. Technically, you could just eject it into a conveyor or something like that at the same time. I don't know why you'd want to do that. I've never done that before for anything, but hey, here's where it's at. Because now I'm doing this. So now it's working. And it looks like it's doing some normal stuff, but once it's buried, at least, it will look like it's doing some normal stuff. That's how I always do 90% of conveyors. Sometimes you can't do that, but if you can do that, because that is good for your sanity and not losing stuff. So now I need to go scavenge more. More scavenging. More thingies. For piping. Which we're going to go find. Probably over here. I reckon there's at least 1 or 2 pipe anchors, which we don't need here anymore. And I already can see where they might be at. We could probably do this in a better way. Probably pipe it straight through to the oil setup at this point. Yeah, we might do that. Let's just go ahead and tear it down. Alright, let's go ahead and hit it with the good old tear down special. But this hooks up to a second fracking tower all the way over there. Which, you can see that kind of over the hill there, but it's right over there. The mountain. It's not a hill, that's a mountain right there. So what I'm going to do to make this easier is set the vein miner, so I can just do 3 at once. That's giving me the pipe anchors I'm going to need. And hopefully doing it in a straight line, instead of doing this weird stuff through Jeff K. Bridge, or whatever the heck it is. Oh, the Jeff K. Gate. It's a stupid joke. Okay, cool. And then, just the rest of these. This also means that, any vehicles will have more clearance, but still just barely enough, because this will be enough to shear off most semis, probably. Perfect. That is absolutely great civil engineering right there. As a civil engineer, that is civil engineering right there. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm just saying that. It's a joke. I have no certification in civil engineering or anything like that. But I can say that I'm an expert in tomfoolery and making stupid jokes. Grab that and just keep going. Erasing the oil pipeline with TH3 fish. Ah, cool. This is great. There's a T there. Should I put a T somewhere? Just build a giant T somewhere. Absolutely great idea. It's how we ended up with Soy Jack on the mountain. Just a great idea that popped into my head one day. We also need more fracking towers. I think I should build another one and plant it somewhere. That is a great idea. But of course, we need 3 different fluids to be piped to it. Actually, with the new age of piping and how it looks and everything, it is definitely within possibility that we'll build a 3rd fracking tower. Namely because I need that extra ton of fluids so I can clog my oil setup faster by just overflowing it from the start, so we can't even process that much. We will need to do something with the natural gas in case it does some stupidness. But don't worry. I have machines and stuff. Extra machines. This? No. Not anymore. No setup here at all. This is the future. And in the future, we don't have that shit. We have a giant pipeline that's going to go through the ground. So, it's time for me to figure out how to do that. Because I'm actually not that sure. If I'm being honest, this is, I think I need to just tear this whole section down. And hey, we need to go check on gold 198. That's something else I need to do. We'll prioritize the gold 198, but I think I need to tear this whole plant down in order to actually get it through the ground and stuff. And then also that one. So we're about to tear down every single oil setup now. That's going to be a great enjoyable experience. Before I can even pipe to the objective. We'll have to do that. And in the meantime, we'll head over to Soy Jack Industries to see Disappointment. And also find out where the heck my gold 198 is. It's over here. I like gold 198. It feels good on my hands. But we'll be able to put these pellets in the machines. And it apparently only takes 1 pellet to power each machine, so if I want to get started, I technically only need 1 pellet per each machine. So I'm just gonna... The setup looks ugly. What setup? The new setup? The new setup is not ugly at all. I swear. I swear it's an absolute beautiful oil setup. 5. And we need just 1 more. 2 more. Oh, crap. This is too much radiation at this point. Hold on. If I put it in the crafting grid, or hold it with my mouse, it won't cause any problems. The oil setup, Nah. Oil setup is looking really sleek. No. You're wrong. That thing looks clean. Looks cleaner than clean. The old setup is actually ugly, and it's about to get destroyed. Will I make it there in time? Probably. This is a long distance to carry 7 of these. Did I make 7? I need 6. Okay, that one's good. I guess some of these are going to be getting 2. And I'm pretty sure these will work super fast. Okay, that guy's good. God dang it. Nuclear poisoning at this point. Ah, there we go. Look how fast that's going. Holy shit. Now, at full capacity, each of these can hold 10. And at the rate of our production, we calculate that we can probably supply them all with 10 and be fine. Because now it's actually on. The whole setup is running. And the energy output from this is a lot of energy. Now, it decays super fast into a mercury pellet, which I can recycle into super clean setup over here. This is a very clean setup. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this is very clean. It is not ugly at all. If you look at the map, very clean. It's just the dirt looks bad. You kind of can tell where things are. It's kind of better than the other one. The other one was a mess. I feel like the other one was disgusting. Here we have all of our production here, and then we have all of our radiolysis machines, which we stole from Czech Republic or something. What is this? How about I swap out one of those for a gold pellet just to make it super fast? Yes, I'm talking about the dirt. Yeah. Well, I don't really care about the dirt. The dirt will be good looking. Is this guy not outputting naphtha or something? Naphtha, please hurry. Naphtha, what are you doing? What are you doing, Naphtha? Why are you not working? Oh. Is off. The naphtha is off. Because it doesn't have a connection there. Do it. Do it. There we go. Naphtha is going. So I've got everything turned on now. In theory, the natural gas will be our biggest enemy here. Because I don't have a method of disposing of that right now. Although, what I probably could do is just build a couple, or place in a couple storage tanks to make it look even more pretty. An excessive amount of them. I do have a bunch of them. Or I could just run into this thing. That thing's annoying. I'm not gonna do that. The thing is absolutely unnecessary, uncalled for. Useless. Useless! Well, I don't know where I put the thing I need, but I need a thingy. Very descriptive. I do know that I don't want natural gas. That stuff is actually useless. I mean, yeah, you can make it into thingy stuff. All right, well, let's look at what can you even do with natural gas? Syngas? That's about it, right? Petroleum gas, sour gas. Yeah, you could do this, but it costs you liquid hydrogen. 50 hydrogen. How much hydrogen output do we get per, that's per 1,000. So every 1,000 of these, we get 50 hydrogen. And then every, we need 50 hydrogen per every 1,000. Then for each of these, we're getting like what? This gives you 50. Okay, so we're getting like 3 times as much, essentially. We could probably do it. Probably this is a good answer. We don't even need the hydrogen in this guy, if I'm being honest. So, like, hydrogen's kind of a waste product. Also, that's good to see. Look at that shit. You can see when it's doing stuff. Because it's a smart setup. Each piece is controlled by a genius comparator system. So then I don't have to do anything. It just figures out when I need to do stuff and does it for me. Essentially, that essentially means that it does all the work and I don't do any of it. What is this, though? What is this doing? Why is it stuck with kerosene in one of these things? This is... Oh, it doesn't even have a thing in this? That explains a lot. Kerosene. Kerosene. Right there. Perfect. It's making petroleum gas. Useless. Ugh. That's going to here, and it's gonna do some dumb stuff. But first, it's gotta go to here. What is this pipe for? I'm actually not sure I remember what this pipe is for. Oh, this is unsaturated hydrocarbons. I just never got to that, apparently. Saturated. It's unsure about it. That's stupid. 30,000. That's okay. It will use it all. I assume. We got rubber production going. It looks like this production needs fluorite. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Looks like the kerosene's the biggest thing that's running right now. But it is working. We're not even... We need to shift these. Oh, shit. Never mind. But these guys need to be over here, so it speeds it up. Slow down the other one. There we go. That's how it's done. That all makes petroleum gas. Useless garbage. Get that shit out of here. And this thing has power. It has a hydrogen disposal. It has an unsaturated hydrocarbons disposal. The only reason I reform petroleum gas is for the unsaturated hydrocarbons. It gives you 850 per 1,000. Remember that. So 85% of your petroleum gas then is made into that awesome substance, which makes rubber. Because if you don't make that, then you're missing out. Okay, there's not a need for petroleum gas when you have as much as I have. So when you do have that much, you should definitely look at turning it into unsaturated hydrocarbons and what ways you can do that. That's an important thing. And of course, because people are complaining, the dirt looks terrible. Please fill it in. Almost is what they're saying. Also, the roof here is gonna fall in. I'm just saying. We do need a second roof on this. It's pretty much guaranteed it. There's sections where I didn't put stuff underneath it, and it's gonna fall in. It's gonna collapse. I think there's already places where that's happening. Yeah, this is gonna become a mess if we can get the fracking setups to run constantly. If they are doing that. Or, well, this is actually probably out of range, honestly. Both of them are pretty far away. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna just install one of those. A hole right there. Alright, we'll clean this up a little bit more too. Because these need to go. These are dirty. Looks disgusting. All this stone. This used to be a hill, and I just flattened it out. I guess. Was that when I had like... Oh, I was using electric tools. I had just gotten them, probably. Or I was using dash tools. I literally just watched one make... Oh, crap. Oh, well, that's funny. It's already destroying the ground. Ooh. Oh. I like these stairs. Maybe. Maybe I don't like them. I don't know. I like straight stairs normally. I'm not a big fan of the spirals. Okay, do this. Dirt. We will get back to the other stuff, I promise. Okay, don't worry. I am not lost in the sauce on this dirt. Not yet, at least. I just have dirt in my inventory, so I'm going to expend it. And I'm also going to expend this cobblestone. Okay, there we go. So, some of this too. Yeah, we can clean this up. We're just doing a nice little cleanup of the surface a little bit so I don't fall into holes while I'm over there. Or running around here in the finished area. Finland. Finished area. Yep, Finland. Perfect. We did get a bunch of dirt and cobblestone out from this. So that's a good thing, because then I can fill it in easy. That one just instantly turned to grass. That's great. We're seeing a lot of things happen instantly. That's amazing. Instantly turned to cracked stone. Instantly turned into regular grass. Then this section's good. And then we'll make... Do we want to make more RTG pellets now? I think we could fill them all up with gold 198. Honestly. Gold 198 is like the future of technology at this point. Because I remembered it expiring super fast, but if it's not expiring or depleting so fast, then we need to start running that more often. Or, yeah, we need to run it for everything. Especially since I'm making it by hand for now, it will be bad, but it will be okay when we switch it out later for the fusion supply. Okay, that's good. I think we're done filling in stuff. It looks a little bit better. It's also producing more cracked soil. But we need to go figure out these pipes. That's the next goal. Tearing down every oil setup in the way of my pipeline. Get out of here. Tear it down. This is the coal oil setup, which takes coal, tar, creosote in as an input and gives you out, like, oil. It's not super ludicrous, but it is a method of oil production. Back in the day, when I first started playing HBM mod. Back in the day. That's crazy. It's not been that long, but it feels like it's been ages. But when I first started playing HBM mod, that was a method that I used, was to effectively take coal oil after you get your polymer. So how do you get polymer? Well, to get polymer for your first time, you would need like a bunch of coal, and you'd throw it in and just process the coal through that, and you save up your bitumen. That was the first way I did it, and it sucked. But I eventually figured out that you can shred bobbleheads to get yourself polymer, basically. And from there, I pretty much just consider bobbleheads to be free polymer. You find them, free polymer. But nowadays, not so much. Then, yes. Nowadays, no. Nowadays, I actually collect them, like you're supposed to. But then, I was just shredding them for polymer. Vein Miner 7, because this will make demolishing everything easier. Now, coal gasoline is kind of useless, so I would just burn that off. Now, okay, so here's the recent learnings of me. My recent learnings are that if you use the coker unit, you are producing 10% of the fluid byproduct. So if you're running that fluid byproduct back to substance, or you're trying to use it for substance, don't. That's not how the coker unit is supposed to be applied. The coker unit is your best friend if you're trying to make a ton of petroleum coke to use for something. I don't know what you're going to use it for, because really coke becomes not that useful after you have coal processing. Because then you can literally just make coal coke from coal processing. Which means that I basically don't like the coker unit. That's the simple way of putting it. The coker unit is absolutely terrible. It needs to never be in any of my oil setups now and forever. Okay, because that sucks. 10% of your output in fluids. That's like the main reason I would use it, is to convert one fluid back into oil. That's why in wood oil setups now, wood oil setups are actually becoming less of that and more of, hey, let's put this in tandem with another setup for ore processing, ore slop. Because I figured out that you can actually take ore slop, this stuff, mix this with bitumen, or mix this with, yeah, solidify this, tar sand right here. Instant tar sand. What is this good for? Check it out. Tar sand and coal tar, or wood tar, if you take wood oil and solidify it, you get wood tar, makes bitumen, which is a source of oil, giving you 80% yield for crude oil. And a little bit of aromatic hydrocarbons. So it gives you 100% yield fluids-wise, but 20% of that is aromatic hydrocarbons, and 80% is going to be crude oil. So that means that that is the optimal method of doing a wood oil setup, which we could do that in the future. We have a lot of space right here now, especially now that I cleared it up. Like, this setup used to be massive. It used to take up this whole area. Now it only takes up that much. Like 6 chunks. That is a very good oil setup now. But it wasn't always that way, so yeah, we'll just remember the days that it wasn't, and stop thinking about the days that it is, which is now. Oh crap, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right there. Okay. Well, at least I've got a lot of silver now. If I need more oil processing, we can just set up another one of those. Hey, maybe we can use that on another planet. Who knows? There's not really much you can do with refineries other than just oil. I wish there was a little bit more ways of doing oil. Because with oil, I feel like you bottleneck yourself at different points. Like, there's a limit to what you can do with oil. I want to have unlimited oil potential. But that might just be the oil American in me saying that. Although it probably isn't. Because oil is super valuable. Just saying. Oh, shit. I need this thing. Actually, no, this is actually getting teared down too. We'll tear this down too. Not that, but tear this down. And then we can hook up those to that. Supply power. Cool. Okay. Yep, that's gonna work. So what we're gonna do to get power there is we're gonna take a cable. No, we're not. That's not real. No cables. Never mind. I guess we could just plug it in over here somewhere, but I don't know if I like that idea. So this thing goes in that somehow. Takes an X because it's not made of metal. Boom. Switch. Boom. Connect. It should be able to travel the 45 meters we need to get there. And we'll just give it a shot. See, it doesn't have to travel that far. But it's fine. We'll figure it out later. I have to pee. I'm gonna go pee. Before something bad happens. But I'll see you all in like a few minutes. It won't be that long. And I'm back to do more stupid stuff. And my legs hurt, but that's okay. Yeah, they'll stop hurting eventually. Just gotta give them down. Solvent, perfect. This goes into the other thing that we need to do, which is plug solvent into that thing, and also the thing over there, but we'll do bedrock ore later. See, I really hate that the bedrock ore is all the way out there. And if I look over here, we might find some in this direction. We could try to exploit that. Because traveling all the way here with pipes is gonna make me hate this. I'm gonna hate this. Yeah, I don't know. Coming up with something smart to say, but not really. Oops, that's a lot of dirt. My bad. I didn't mean to do that, but it's okay. I think God meant for it to happen. That's what happened. God intended for that to happen. These both petroleum gas. Why do I have two of them there? What? Okay. We're just gonna bury any redstone. We can forget about it. And then, where are we going with this? What are we doing? This barrel is gonna be useful for something. I'm gonna place it here for now, so I don't forget. So I forget about it and go, hey, I know exactly what I need that barrel for. I know exactly what I need this for. Okay, so first of all, we don't have to throw this away like I'm about to. What we can do is put this into here. Dumpit. Nice. And then I have this. This barrel is perfect for solvent, I think. I don't know. I should probably not trust my instinct because putting HP solvent in that has messed up in the past. Solvent. Yes. White solvent, not the blue solvent. Here we care about the color of our solvent because that is the 1960s now. Okay, we're living in the past. I like to live in the past because it sucks. Huh. Oh, but let's go ahead and plug this thing in. Like it's got a cord on it or something. Cord for my solvent. If I plug this cord into my solvent, it will transport it 2 billion kilometers. Yeah, that's what HBM needs to add is. He needs to add in the solvent cord. That's the April Fool's update, guys. HBM is going to make it so the power cables transport fluids and the fluid cables transport power. It's the April Fool's Day that we're waiting for, guys. And in the meantime, it's producing our tantalite. Tantalite is useful because this gives me tantalum for capacitors and other things that need capacitors made of tantalum. But that we'll leave that implication to your mind to decide what you can make out of tantalum capacitors. That is probably 100% something amazing. But we won't say it here because, I don't know. I just don't feel like saying it today. What is this? Cable? Okay, this is clean. Clean setup, guys. Clean. And then this setup is almost clean. We're at 50% cleanliness for the setup, guys. 50%. We are almost there. We've almost passed the cleanliness quantum barrier. Because if you add quantum to anything, it makes it sound smarter. Quantum is just math, isn't it? It's just math. Math? I hate math. Math makes me crazy. Crazy? I was never crazy, but I hate math, so, okay. We're not gonna do any of that stuff today, are we? That joke is so overused. It needs to stop. We need, like, environmental jokes. Jokes for... I'm gonna type that into Google someday. I'm gonna go... Jokes for environmental enthusiasts. Actually, I wonder what that pulls up. Huh. Let me go do that right now. Jokes for environmental enthusiasts. Good environmental theme jokes. The recycle bin. Oh, this is from AI. that's even better. That's exactly what I need. I need AI generated environmental enthusiast jokes. Recycle bins are often seen as optimistic. What does that even mean? I don't get the joke. But then again, we're living in the future of 2026, where AI generates my jokes for me now. Google AI does. Oh my gosh, guys. This is a terrifying times. I am definitely about to be replaced by something that thinks that recycle cans are often seen as optimistic. Let me actually get the voice down for you all. Recycle cans are often seen as optimistic. That's exactly what it's going to sound like. That is AI right there for you guys. AI fish. Jesus. This is a conundrum. We are living in an era where... Okay, I'm in denial at this point. There's no way. Let's see the next joke. Next joke, please. You can tell an ocean is friendly because it waves. I'm not gonna lie. That one's pretty good, but it doesn't have anything to do with super gross, like, pollution or anything. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with me dumping copious amounts of reformant gas into the atmosphere because I hate reformant gas. I'm discriminating against reformant gas, guys. I hate it. You can help me too by boycotting reformant gas. Do it now. Please go to your oil setups, tear down any catalytic reformer producing reformant gas, and then go to HBM Discord and tell him you've joined TH3 Fish in reforming against reformant gas. Yes. But I'm sure there's other good jokes, right? I mean, there's got to be other ones. From AI. Google AI with its stupid jokes. Hold on a second, though. We have to do important business before we go to the next joke. And this important business is going to be figuring out exactly how I'm dealing with this stuff. Because, yes, natural gas exists, and it is a big threat to our state here. Effectively, we need to do another comparator setup on this. So we're going to head over to the other oil setup. Oh, look, an eclipse. With our cities on the moon. You can see them. There's cities on the moon now. Head past JFK. Past the crater. I think I'll leave the crater here. That's actually a wonderful landmark. I need you to head past JFK to the crater. Then everybody will know that's talking about. They'll all know if I say that. Except I don't think I'll ever say that. So I'm wondering what I'm going to do with this area once it's empty. But I don't know yet. We'll see. Because there's just going to be a fenced area there. A relic of the past. A relic of a bygone era of vacuum oil. Which is worse than reformant gas. God. Please save anybody who might be using that. Because that is terrible. It's the lowest form of oil processing is vacuum oil. We're not even going to get started on that. But anyway, back to it. Get 400,000 frames per second. That's what I need to do. And this is going to make a wonderful, wonderful pipe connection. Because of physics and science. Both. Okay, we're going to stop before that becomes stupid. Let's check out the next joke, actually, now that I think about it. We do need to check out more of what my replacement's going to come up with. Climate and activism. It's said that scientists don't change light bulbs. They tell deniers the bulb is fine? I don't even know. If trees sent Wi-Fi, more would be planted, but they just produce oxygen. That's great. What's going on? Could turn it into an ore setup if we want one locally. Depends on how good the quantities are, though. Maybe. Well, we need the oil production, and then okay, so Soy Jack Industries really sucks. Because over at Soy Jack Industries, nothing's happening. So, like, we need to tear it down, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to do that. Because I do like its products. Like, at the end of the day, we should just move the setup and leave the drill. Because I like its products, right? I like that it's producing a lot of good stuff for our industry. Technically, it could be producing a lot of stuff. It's just, it doesn't work. It's clogged. But if it could, and it could run our machinery, that'd be amazing. And then what it produces for us is the chips, which we're running out of. So we need a new chip production setup. But we said Eve is a good planet for that, right? We should probably head there. But we could send Dosto to do that if he comes back. Send Dosto to Eve to go, or on a quest to try to go to Eve so he can do that. It'll probably take him a little bit, because sending him up there when he has no idea what he's doing up there is probably gonna be a great idea. I mean, he might know, but I'm pretty sure if we send him up there, it's gonna take a while for him to figure out how to get to Eve. Sherbitic stuff. Okay. Tecto? I don't remember. Tecto is great for polymers, it seems like. Oh, our armor will literally melt? Well, that's pretty sad. That's a little bit bad. I'm gonna be honest. That might be a problem. That might be a problem. But that's only a slight issue. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. Someday. Someday we'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. All the pipe controllers I got back from this are ridiculous. But what was that joke I just read? The one about if trees produced more, or if trees made Wi-Fi, I bet more would be planted or something like that? That is a stupid joke. The reason it's stupid is because it's not funny. It's not funny. AI is creating jokes that aren't funny, guys. This is... Oh, let's reform it. This is insanity. It's like almost like I should have known. But don't worry, guys. I can find good jokes. Trust me. Google can replace me. I know they can do it. I know they've probably already started working on that. My replacement will be coming here soon from the Google verse. Yes. Invented, probably made out of soybeans. And microchips. Ah, there we go. Insert. Crude oil? Nah, natural gas, bro. Fuck that shit. It now needs, it needs hydrogen that's pressurized. I wonder why I wasn't doing this before. Pressurized hydrogen? Oh my goodness. We can hook it in there. This is gonna look like the GTH setup of all time right here. Well, it doesn't because... Okay. See, if you want to see like a GTH setup, you should just watch the Russians play this shit. Why is it laggy there? If I look in this direction, I get lag. Wait. I know why. Because it's loading every machine in the entire area. This is ridiculous. We've done too much in this world at this point. Okay, let's so we need to pressurize hydrogen to insert it in there, which probably is going to be annoying. Okay? But it's okay. Don't worry, I have the solution. I have the key. It's not in this box. But it is in this box, the key. Aha, look at this. Real keys right there. Joke's unreal. Engine 5. Are they on 6 at this point? Where is my Google that has the jokes in it? Okay, so the next knock knock, we're not doing knock knock jokes. Those are stupid. Um, in a bar, a climate scientist might respond to "nice to see you" with "nice to CO2." That's pretty dumb, but I get it. Nice to CO2. Well, I say in my bar that scientist is going to set up a giant oil setup to produce CO2 inside of the bar. So then you can say, nice to CO2 for real. Crickets. Yeah, all of them have been crickets so far for me. Well, that one kinda is, but it's like a dad joke at that point. Like, what the heck? We need more violence in the jokes, man. More violence. Violence and shocking content. That's what we need in every joke. Oh, there we go. That works, surprisingly. Well, that will look beautiful. Hydrogen. Hydronium is amazing. Trust me, bro. Hydronium chloride is technically salt, NaCl, sodium chloride, according to Mechanism, which is a very great source of information, guys. Trust me. Mechanism. Very, very realistic mod right there. Play Mechanism. Ah, yes, my hydrochloric acid is actually sodium chloride, guys. Oh, and the same opposite. My sodium chloride is actually hydrochloric acid. It's all HCl. When I figured that out, my brain melted. And I probably have some kind of super concussion from it. I don't even know what that'd be like. I am no doctor, but I probably contracted cranial insanotosis from that one. Let me check another one of these Google AI jokes. Okay, general and puns. Fish stay in shape with fantastic workouts. Okay, okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's great. That's some real humor right there, if I do say so myself. Goofy joke. Not. The not joke. If you have to teach somebody foreign humor, then the not joke is a classic in American jokery, American comedy. It's to add not to something, but it's really not that funny. Like, I'm going to set up this oil setup and it's going to look good. Not. But that's, I'm not sure where I came up with that from, but... Liquid hydrogen. Perfect. And then this is going to go ahead and hook into here. Liquid hydrogen can go and get shoved in this thing, and then this thing's going to do some, it's going to max its PR on that thing. PR. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, hey, we need more cables, so I need to go grab some from the other oil setup. Become a professional criminal. But I actually do know some good jokes about rednecks, because they always wear that fancy wood camouflage that blends them in with the trees, you know what I mean? But you see, they wear that everywhere, even to weddings. And now this joke came from some Russian guy I was watching on YouTube. He was like, he was talking about how redneck guys, they wear they wear camouflage everywhere. Made a like the woodland pattern, not that pattern, but like the hunting pattern camouflage, even to weddings. It's hilarious, and like that's what he thinks of rednecks. But it isn't wrong. It's not wrong. Because I've even been to the redneck store myself and seen a chair in the hunting camouflage pattern and went, that is amazing. That is something I should probably own in the future. Not right now, though, because I'm currently on I need to own a giant server with some super capabilities on it. Yeah. Super capabilities, yep. In other words, that's my current project right now, and I'm still looking into the financing for it. How am I going to finance that big project? My idea is to become super advertiser friendly and become a best friend of all people who want me to advertise so I can build this stupid project, which is going to be very good, especially in the RAM shortage. I'm not going to buy RAM right away. Well, actually, there's plenty of surplus RAM out there. Trust me, I'm a criminal. At this point. Okay, we're gonna stop on jokes like that. No more saying criminal and activities associated with criminal. Because, yes, technically you could steal RAM, but we're not gonna do that. That's a bad idea. And common sense says making jokes about that kind of thing, and like in reality, no, not true. That is slandering myself, which is, see, that's not good because then I don't get payment from myself. You can slander somebody, and if it hurts their amount of money they make, then they can theoretically sue you, which is genius. But I can't sue myself, so therefore that logic is not going to work. And so saying what I just said is absolutely stupid, and we're not going to do that, because then it just opens opportunities for people to be like, oh, well, blah, 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 blah. We don't want that. We do not want blah, 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 blah. And this is my tangent on why we're going to stop saying dumb jokes like that. Because that's the kind of stuff that's not going to help me with my super good project idea. And we're going to go back to these AI-generated jokes. Like, a tree at a pool party wears swimming trunks. I don't know how that even sounds funny. Let's go to Reddit. Reddit has good jokes. I'm on a board of directors that hosts blah blah blah. I don't care. I don't have any cobwebs in my home. They're eco dream catchers. I'm with the EPA, here to help. That's actually a good one. Okay, Reddit's got the jokesters on there. We can just steal their jokes for no money at all. Not even pay them back. Okay, so what are we going to do now? I'm going to tear down all of these. What was I working on before? I forgot. Because I went on a massive tangent about how we're not going to say dumb jokes about stealing RAM and stuff. That's not going to happen. There's no way for me to steal RAM from anywhere. But there is ways for me to buy actual machines that have RAM, old machines, take out the RAM, and then use that because that's cheap. And then I get extra parts, which would be pretty effective. Now, what kind of RAM do I even need? I need ECC RAM. Now, I think we're going to lose a lot of people because this is some very technological stuff. But don't worry, my audience is probably full of technological people who know a lot about technology. So it's okay, because I'll probably be able to relate with the audience on computer science and stuff. So, perfect. So what I need is ECC RAM. Now, that means I'm going to need a CPU that can handle ECC RAM and actually do that. There's not a lot of those. Most of those are Ryzen CPUs. I need to find one that's going to work with it. I'm going to probably use Ryzen 7 because I was looking at that, and I've asked some of my advisors, aka my friends who know what they're doing, what I need to do for that. Aka my friend who also has built his own home server for less money than mine's going to cost. Because I'm building not one, but four. 4 home servers. Yes. The idea is simple. 2 of them could be for me. Then I can host a 24/7 world on it. That was a big explosion. It launched debris. Oh, wow. I hope it didn't destroy anything. That'd be terrible. I just saw debris chunks get launched out from it, though. So I have 5 cracking towers now. This is great. Oh wait, we were working on the hydrogen pipeline, right? Hydrogen pipe. Did I actually set it up correctly? No, I need cables. Cables can come from there too. Don't worry, guys. There's I have 9 cables on me. That's not enough to get it to power everything. I am an engineer. I'm a certified engineer. This is a certified hood moment. Certified. I don't know. Could say bona fide, but I don't like that word. Because that sounds too much like other words that also involve bone. And we're not going to say those. Let's just say that anything involving that reminds me of those other words too much. Since my mind is kind of covered in something. Dead dirt? Maybe? I don't know. Dirty-minded? It's a stupid joke. Where are my cables hiding? What box? Houses. The hidden cables. From Narnia. Or something. And, how much cables are... Oh, okay. Well, if I run out of cables, I'll just go to you guys and take your Ethernet cables. For free. Yes. Don't worry, you better watch out. It's like inverted Santa Claus, except I'm taking your Ethernet cables. We're gonna put your Ethernet cables into HBM mod. I'm gonna jump out of your monitor right now. Better watch out. But yeah, back to the topic at hand. That is not super funny. Is the project. The project to build the ultimate computing machine, because it gives me a lot of capabilities that I probably shouldn't say, but would like to try. Some of those. Namely, the ones I can say are being able to decrypt SHA-256, because that's pretty innocent. Right? That's very innocent, okay? Because if I have a server, I can do that. And of course, SHA-256 is a super hard to decrypt thing. I've tried it before, trust me, painful. I actually am very bad at programming. Please do not come to me for programming. But I will definitely be building a server for that, because I want to build a server. I just do hardware. I'm a hardware guy. Yep, not software. I also am working on my own in Minecraft. Hello, what's up? What's up? But I'm working on my own computer system in Minecraft, which is... I've already coded it, well, set up the opcodes. I'm about to set up a system to take out, not the opcodes, but to pretty much put in those opcodes all at the same time. So basically I'm coding a ROM at that point. What is the ROM going to do? It's going to do some magic. Basically the ROM is going to house an instruction set, which then I'm going to need another decoder system for, which can run 6 to 5 line, basically. So like I'm going to input 6 bits and I'm going to get out a 5-bit integer or a 5-bit opcode from that, which means that if you input 6 bits, you have a larger amount of potential inputs. That's might mean I need to build a bigger thing. Could do a 12-bit system and then run all of the components off of that in that system. But this is not for this video. Why am I talking about this in a video where we're just talking about doing natural gas? So we have this. If this overflows, which it will, because I haven't set to natural gas yet, what it should do is pretty simple. Output. Dumpies. Yes. And now it's producing petroleum gas. Completely and utterly useless petroleum gas, right? Look how fast that's going. So much of that shitty substance. God. Well, now I need to get rid of it. And sour gas. Which is significantly more useful, my friends. Sour gas is useful. You will use sour gas to do great things. 1. Something. 2. Something else. Because I don't actually know what I'm going to do with that yet. I know it makes petroleum gas, though. I know that much. I know it makes PET gas. And if I do this correctly, or have done this correctly, I should be able to just run my cable on top of the hydrogen cable until it reaches the petroleum gas cables. Which is kind of a long distance, I'm gonna be honest, but... The amount of Italians in the audience is probably going to increase 5-fold with the spaghetti I'm making. It does not include marinara sauce, but it does have reformate, so if you want to taste it, it probably can give you cancer in the state of California, but don't worry, since I'm not in California, that doesn't apply to me. Because I'm in America, not California. Yep. And that means that due to science, that doesn't apply. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn comedian here. Ugh. But what matters more is that this petroleum gas goes away because I hate it. Okay, I hate petroleum gas. I hate reformant gas. If you like those things, I'm gonna ban you for 30 days from my audience. Actually, permanently. Permaban. If you like reformant gas or petroleum gas, get out of here. Scream! Off to the races. Who will survive the great petroleum gas purge? Or reformant gas purge. We must silence all reformant gas enjoyers because they're not on the reformant gas reformation. Yes, they're against us. Well, let's look at some wholesome Google AI jokes, though. Or actually, we're back to Reddit jokes. Okay, let me find a good one. Sorry to be harsh, mate, but if you have to ask... Oh. Okay, that's not a joke. That's super stupid. God dang. Little too... these are not great jokes. Reddit sucks, but I like this guy because he says, I'm with the EPA here to help. I like that joke. Here to help. Well, actually, they do help, I think. I don't know. What do they do? Punstersclub.com. Okay, this is too good. Funny environmentalist jokes that will leave you laughing. And they got like some kind of media presentation there. What's going on? Will leave you laughing. Comedian. Comedy. Top tier. I really should calm down and stop yelling so loud. I think the entire planet can probably hear me if I just keep yelling so loud. We need like shit jokes, like shitty jokes, but I don't think we can come up with any of those. Then that's pretty low tier humor. It's not super duper wholesome at that point too. We need like more violent jokes, honestly. That's what I need. But not super violent because then that's okay. Maybe we need some something else, like more nationality jokes, nationalist jokes. That's what we need. Nationalist jokes. Fucking that's no. We need this thing because this will do my sour gas. What do I do with sour gas? Smell it. Smells like lemons. Or you make lemonade. AKA, nah, stop that. No more AKA. Only AK-47. But really, the AK-47 was only used in like when it first came out, and then they replaced it pretty fast because it sucked. Okay, look, all weapons follow the same principles of engineering. They suck at first. But once the people who make them get the ideas down behind them, they eventually work. Which is the same between both sides of, between NATO and Russian weapons, okay? I'm just gonna say that because the M16 doesn't start off as God's greatest weapon, nor did the AK. They only got that way because they innovated and repeated to do the same thing onto the weapon. Over and over again. Every failure you find, just replace it with a new solution. Which then has more failures. But then solve the solution's failures, and eventually you end up with a perfect system. That's enough talking about weapons again, because that's also not super wholesome and family friendly. We have to be family friendly now, since my goal is to produce 4 servers for many purposes, some of which I don't need to say, others I will say, and some of them I'll just say on Discord. So I actually should post the Discord link. I actually haven't done that yet. But if I do post the Discord link, that's actually a genius idea. See, I need to invite everybody to the server. Oh, I forgot what day it was, and I was like, what? Oh, I need to be somewhere. Oh, shit. Wait, what the oh, that's why everything's running slow. This shit's open. God damn, talking about my GPU. Okay, well anyway, that doesn't matter, but I don't know who... Let's go ahead and post this. The link of all time. If it works, you're lucky. If it doesn't work, suck it, nerd. You'll have to come back another time to get it to work. But anyway. Fill in the holes with plenty of stone that's gonna fall because it's cracked stone. I mean, eventually I'll have it full. If I just do a little bit at a time, I could realistically not do that much work. Reduce the amount of work I do on the setup. Wonderful! And then instead of putting in full slabs, I'm just gonna do these half slabs because it works the same. Right, guys? It looks exactly the same. Like, actually, I'm being dead serious. It will look the same. And now, let's see what's going on here. Oh, this also produces hydrogen. Which sucks because... Well, actually, it doesn't. It's right next to it. Awesome. That's good. Liquid hydrogen. And I still haven't plugged in the other piping, but we'll figure that out in time. What I need to do is dig a hole in the ground and shove all the pipes in it. That's probably what I'm going to have to do for that. But also, we're going to connect another cable here. Doot, 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 doot. I don't know why this thing has so many outputs on the bottom when it doesn't have that many actual outputs that it can do. But I like that the modularity is there. And that also produces petroleum gas, which is amazing because it's right here. It literally takes 2 pipes to have that thing set up and running. That means I'm making sulfuric acid now, which is kind of a problem. Because I don't actually know where I'm going to send that. Unless I send it over to the other side of the setup. Somehow. God dang it. I've made more problems than I've solved. Let's go check another one of these jokes from this website called punsterclub.com, environmentalist jokes. Why did the tree get internet access? To log in. Oh, here's another good one. The forest has so many fans. It's a real natural influencer. I tried to recycle a joke, but it was already used. Okay, that one actually might be pretty good. I like that one. That last one. But then you also have to tell it correctly. But what if telling the joke, because the joke sucks, right? What if telling the joke is just to say it as plainly as possible? Because if somebody then realizes you just made a pun in a statement that is not even a pun, like it's just a generic statement and you didn't even mean, sounds like you didn't even mean this, that'd be funny. That'd be like actual top tier comedy. Like, what was it? I tried to recycle a joke, but what was it? I tried to recycle a joke, but it was already used. Or yeah, like that. Okay, there we go. So I would say it like more like I tried to recycle a joke, but it was already used, but not put the space in there. Hey, I tried to recycle a joke, but it was already used. Then don't put the space in, because putting the space in there, the gap in there, kind of makes it sound like, oh, it is a joke. But then if you're just saying it like plainly, like it's a normal statement, I tried to recycle a joke, but it was already used. Okay, maybe it loses a bit of the touch. Yeah, maybe it is in the way it's said. But also, science. Let's go ahead and figure out what I'm doing with those pipes over there, because I need to do that. So, of course, we have the JFK bridge, which was meant for piping through, but, of course, we're not doing that no more, because this sucked. It looks disgusting and made the clearance for Amazon trucks to the point where it shears off the top of them every time they pass by. Oh, that's 25 confirmed kills right there. 25 packages not going to make it to their destination. Oops. Slight issue. Oops. Slight problem. Oh, that's fine. And then, of course, to get there, I'm going to just dig a hole in the ground, and it's going to really suck to do. But don't worry, because I can do it. I'm certainly a qualified engineer. This is going to suck, though. I actually am going to hate this. Because I'm going to have to dig and then rebury whatever I dig. Which is gonna absolutely suck. Just saying. Okay, let's go wrap out our pipe anchors. Start getting started. Well, what we could do is just do the classic method. Man, my leg feels weird. It's like it hurts, and then I feel it like do some vibrating stuff in there. Like I can feel like something moving in there, and it's weird. Space alien, man. This shit is unreal. Fracking solution. How many meters can it go? 9 meters. No. Alright, next stream we're building Chud. If this video receives 10 billion likes or something. Because I'm setting realistic goals, guys. Realistic goals. Yes. Okay, so what I really need to do is figure out if that is actually going to be long enough. So I need to set this to fracking solution. To my problem. No. No. Yes. Good. What's the next one? The next pipe is gonna be crude oil. Crude because it's not smart. Oh, okay. Here. Let me level the playing field. So I'm gonna level the playing field with these jokesters on the internet. You know what I mean? Myself. But anyway, Google AI, absolute jokester. Reddit, full of jokesters. I'm gonna level that playing field. Just give me a second. I gotta come up with a good way of sending it. Why is the oil so crude? Because it didn't go to school. That's great. It's gonna leave the audience dying. My sarcasm is amazing. I'm a top-tier comedian of the highest order. Okay, well, I don't actually have any more good jokes for you all, so unless you all want the Jeff K joke, but that I've overused that this time. So, I mean, we're almost out of jokes for today. Let's go ahead and see if Google has more. Actually, I wonder if Wikipedia has jokes on it. Jokepedia. Or maybe SCP. Read SCPs. Save the planet. How dare you? Got some good jokes there with that one. Actually, some people would probably prefer me not to make jokes like that. It's honestly, it's kind of bad. Because, I mean, if you make the wrong jokes, then you alienate yourself from the people who can give you the most money. So it's, you have to be careful what kind of dumb jokes you make, and I tend to make all of the jokes. So then I kind of alienate myself from potentially all of that. But I don't really care. At the end of the day, I am still here just for you guys. And I also need to build $10,000 computer thingy. It's going to be the most expensive project I've ever done. Because typically a project only costs about $0 if there's no extra equipment like soldering irons or prototype experimental homemade welding machines made from microwaves that you find on the side of the road. That project was actually pretty stupid, but back in the day... Nah, stop saying that shit. It's stupid. I, once upon a time, decided to go and find a microwave on the side of the road because somebody put it on the street. I took said microwave back and harvested it for wonderful components. In fact, every time I see a microwave, I think to myself, I should probably take that for the components. Because I do want more magnetrons for absolutely nefarious purposes. Jamming devices and all kinds of things can probably be made from those. Or maybe a radar. Or a, it's like whenever I think of what I can do with a part, I feel like I'm like a kid going, it could be this, or it could do this. Or something like that. But basically, you can do a lot with a magnetron. You could probably make a radar with that thing. You could probably make a wonderful device called a spectrometer. But it's going to have to be opposite from how a X-ray spectrometer works. What is a spectrometer used for that I would need? Well, a spectrometer can do stuff like tell you what's in compounds that you've made. So that was one of the projects I had thought of and said, I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm not doing that. But I do want to play with the magnetron someday, and I do have it still, laying somewhere in my room. And a 2,000 volt capacitor, which I'm pretty sure is blown out. Or something else on the thing was blown out. But I've never successfully charged it. Either it needs more voltage to charge it. Well, actually, what I think could be happening with it is that technically the capacitor needs to take in 2,000 volts to be able to actually store 2,000 volts. Because if it takes in 9 volts, it's just going to store 9 volts, right? Because then it expends it as it takes it in. I don't know if that's how that works, because I'm not a super great electrical engineer, but I'm the electrical engineer who's smart enough to take a microwave apart. That's about it. And then, see, that's pretty dangerous, though. That's the thing, is that everybody's like, oh, it's so dangerous. Oh, it's so dangerous. Just do it one time and you're an expert. Got it? Doesn't take that much to be good at something involving magnetrons and shit. It's fancy science words at that point. Most people would be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? He's speaking Chinese. Magnetron sounds like a transformer. More than meets the eye right there. We'll call this pipeline Kursk pipeline. Or something. But it hasn't been blown up yet, so maybe not. Did it get blown up? I don't know. Actually, I don't know that information. But what other projects did I work on? So, with the transformer I got from the microwave, I had a great idea. I was going to make a welding machine. Absolute genius idea. Because I needed to weld. For the rocket. The rocket I was going to build. Absolute terrible idea. But it was gonna, in my imagination, it was the most genius plan I ever had. To build my own space program in my backyard using a welding machine. Made from a microwave transformer. absolutely a terrible idea. Because the second I plug it into the wall started humming. The transformer is supposed to hum, not the wall. So that's just because I don't know shit about electrical engineering. I suck as an electrical engineer. But if you have me do like a logic diagrams and shit, I am an absolute genius because it's just math. And apparently I'm good at math, even though I sucked at math. That doesn't make sense. Why am I good at math when I sucked at math? Why am I good at math now, of all things? In fact, I was even thinking to myself, well, I'm so good with math and calculating all of the stuff for this game. Maybe that's the reason I've become good at calculating. Maybe it's because I just think I'm good at math and I'm not actually that good at math. Because somebody could be like, you're wrong. You suck at math. Stupid nerd. At the same time. You know, and it's... actually, your math is wrong. Yeah, it is. My math is wrong. On the probabilities, maybe. I don't know much about probabilities. I don't know actually much about that. Suck at math. Probably. I may suck at math, but might not. Math is actually so useful that I was calculating out how to make money off of selling people water. I was like, oh, yes. Well, if we can get 5 gallons of water from the store for this much money. And at the end of the day, I was like, well, at that point, if I'm going to be selling people water, I might as well just create my own water purification system. So now it's on my list of goals for economic prosperity, is to produce my own water purification plant. So that way I can produce chemically pure water. Like chemically pure water. Not like the stuff you buy at the store. I'm talking very chemically pure water. Stuff that you can use to make stuff that you probably shouldn't say on YouTube with. But if I produce chemically pure water, sell that. Because I probably know how to do that. Actually, yeah, I kind of do. Kind of have an idea. With membranes and stuff. You need membranes. I know that much. Because, well, it's for reverse osmosis. Right? I actually don't know shit about that. Well, reverse osmosis is just osmosis in reverse. What is osmosis then? Well, let me just Google what osmosis is and I'll have the answer. Shut up, funny environmental jokes that aren't funny. Let me find the real answer. Osmosis. If it is what I think it is, the spontaneous movement of a solvent, usually water molecules, across a membrane. Semi-permeable. Which means selectively permeable. As in biology, this is like your skin cells are selectively permeable. But that means it's going to get fancy. And, well, that's like the 20th century way of producing water. Is reverse osmosis. And I don't really want that. See, in the past, I've come up with solar distillation setups that don't work. Because it's made inside of a plastic machine. The machine hull is plastic, essentially. So that's not happening. Also, reasonably where I'm at, can't really do that to sell chemically pure water. Plus, it needs to taste good, because if you sell water that tastes like shit, nobody's gonna get it. Of course, also, I can be a pretty good salesman, probably, because, well, I already know my targets, who I'm gonna be selling to, so that it's gonna be pretty successful that way. I just need to figure out how to produce good tasting, chemically pure water. And that's the issue with the project idea. So it's kind of on the back end of my project ideas at this time, because it doesn't produce enough money for it to be worthwhile to the super great goals of economic prosperity, which will be addressed in the second State of the Onion address this year. Because we need 2 States of the Onion address. State of the Onion. It has layers. And I don't know why I call it State of the Onion, because, I mean, fish tank? I don't know what else I'm going to call it. Onion sounds better. A lot of nonsense. I mean, I hope it's entertaining nonsense, you know? But of course, Part of that is to become the super capitalist of all time. Awesome, that's good. Wait, is there a piece of... There's a piece of dirt there. No, right there. Good, dang it. How dare you? Do 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 do. But yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, well, if I sell it for this much and I get this much, I was calculating that, and I was like, well, potentially in theory, you might just be able to sell people water, especially since there's a demand for it where I'm at. Because everybody knows that shitty tap water ain't very clean. And so there needs to be a convenient source of water. Absolute genius. Selling water to my own comrades. Brilliant idea. For capitalism. For capitalism, remember. We must make more money, because at the end of the day, that is the ultimate goal. Because then I can do anything. If I have money, can make better videos. At least that's what I claim. In reality, is that true? I don't know. But with money, you can do a lot of stuff. So, yeah. Oops. That's okay. Ow, my face. But yeah, that's one of the things I figured out, was financing the server. And there's a lot of ways we can figure that out. Since if I were to do the server, where I own the entire thing, and hosting a 24/7 server, there was like a couple ways to actually monetize that system. And of course, everybody's gonna be like, well, you could do pay to win. I've already thought about that. No. No, you can't do pay to win. Not on a Minecraft server. That is not how you can monetize that. Although, I could host my own video game. Live servers. I could make my own video game. Genius. And then, pay to win video game. Yes. And anybody who says otherwise, you're not a capitalist, so absolutely big middle finger for you. True capitalism. Take this. But pay to win would be a pretty genius idea for my own game. Of course, with somebody else's game, you're playing with fire. Especially since there's already a group of people who are into trying to screw up that sort of business. So let's not mess with that kind of corruption and, well, both ends of corruption. People's opinions and also just being corrupt in general. Was just say that both sides are corrupt. See, in an ideal world, anything can happen, so there's no limitations. But to become the ultimate capitalist, we must focus on those goals of money. Money, money, money. But then the other options for monetizing it was like, not that bad. It was like, for server queues, I could do it so that members get priority. So it's like a member priority system. But at the same time, I have to be able to verify that. But you could just pay for priority on the server. And then, of course, yeah. And it'd have to be kind of secure. So like, not just anybody can do that. Only people who actually directly have paid. So not just anybody could message me and be like, hey, priority queue, right? I get priority queue. Because then if anybody can do that, then that doesn't work. Because then people are just lying. That's typical human nature. So that was one method I looked at, was trying to monetize servers based off of that. Also, renting them out is an option. But then I need like 5,000 more servers. Except if I rent them out at like $5 an hour, I don't pay energy costs, so like that's not a problem. Then it's just figuring out how to actually make profit off of that at $5 an hour. Like, to pay itself back, it would cost a lot. So I'd have to do like really cheap servers. But at the same time, I'm planning to do 32 gigabytes of RAM per server. ECC RAM too. So like it's gonna be decent servers. Especially because for a server you want ECC RAM because it's self-correcting, error-correcting memory or something. Safe to say I kind of know a thing or two about what I'm talking about, but also don't know shit. I just gotta figure out how far I gotta pipe this stuff. Okay, I think I'm right underneath the building. Oh, this will make it easier. I could just drop down here. Instead of doing what I'm doing up here, I could just do that. Hell yeah. That's how we're gonna do it. Alright, so we're gonna do 9 meters. Boom. Place. Place. And just keep doing that all the way down. All the way to the end. 9 meters. 8 meters. 9 meters. Right here. Boom. 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 9 meters again. Can I do it at 10? That'd be optimal. Please work at 10 meters. Hell yeah. One last one to do. So then I have to place this one in. For 10 meters. 10 meter distance. Perfect. Then I can just drop these in. Or keep running them through the roof. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just keep, we're gonna go ahead and 7, 8, 9, 10. It's probably right about here is gonna be good for that one. But this will be fine to just put it in the ceiling. Pipe end. So that's perfect for all of them. These are actually gonna be perfect. Because these technically are not frackable, but also fit in the ceiling just perfectly. So I can continue to do my pipeline through the ceiling. $10, $11. Maybe I could do 10 or 11. Yeah, I could probably do 11. That'd probably be 10 actually. Because it's doing trigonometry right now to find out my position. So it's not actually the correct distance. It could probably be 1 extra block. But I'm not going to try that because I don't want to mess it up. And then have to go back and redo it. Be like, oh, I have to reconnect the pipe. Jesus. No. But now that I think about it, this was like the perfect idea for me to just pipe through the ceiling. You know, this is probably meant for the fusion reactor stuff, but can also pipe through it for the fracking towers. It's not like they're gonna do any collision or anything. Then we split it up and distribute it out. Just gotta figure out what the way we're gonna do that is. I gotta find all the end points, of course. 11? I'm not gonna push 11 blocks. Okay, there we go. There's kerosene. That's a good sign. No, you're not natural gas. You're probably fracking solution. If I'm being actually, he might be. I don't remember what he is, but he is something. I tell you, he is something. Good. The job is almost hiatus completus because it's almost 2016. Okay, I was wondering what this is on the map, but this is just a lava hole. That's why it's all red there. I was like, what is that? Why is there so much lava? Lava. Where is the PET gas gonna... Where's the exit? Where's my exit? Do 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 do. Okay, that's not my exit, but that's close. I can tell. Or actually, I need to find out where each of the things goes from here. It's petroleum gas. Or I was gonna say PETN, petroleum at the same. PET petroleum. Trollium. Yes, trollium. The new super alloy made from blowing up your friend's base with TNT. Troll used to be funny in Minecraft, but now there is no troll. No troll exists. That's where it came from, right? Where did they come from? What are the origins of troll? I'm trying to peek out and see where I'm at. I need like a periscope, but actually, fuck. We're gonna be like, this is perfect. Well, that's one endpoint right there. So I know that's gonna be my crude oil endpoint. Then I need my fracking solution start point, technically. So now I can just start working, okay, crude oil. Where the heck is my crude oil pipeline gonna be at? Oh, ooh. So we have an endpoint for crude oil, we just don't know how we're gonna get to it at this time. I guess we'll just start by piping backwards. 9 meters. So we're gonna place it there. Pipe anchor too far away. Stupid. Absolutely. Diabolical. No, get out of here. That distance is 100% feasible because I said so. And if I say so, it probably is true. Okay, so that's one. The other one is a start point. Start point for chemical X. Or fracking solution, aka environmentally friendly Gatorade. Don't worry, it's completely safe. These practices are good for the environment. Oh, hey, I do need to connect this again. It's probably ran out of fracking solution. It's just running on life support right now. This is a certified hood moment. Right here. Give me this shit. We're going to connect the pipe to the fracking solution so that way it can solution my problem. That's not funny, but it can solve it at least. Here we go. That's one pipe endpoint for my fracking solution. Start point. My bad. It's a starting point for my fracking solution. I just have to now figure out which pipe actually belongs to fracking solution because I don't know which one owns fracking solution. So actually we need a distance of 9 meters. Right here. Slap it. Fucking shitty. Ugh. You gotta be joking. It traveled 8 meters and it said, you can't place there because you suck. It's okay. It's okay. We just gotta figure out how to get all the pipes connected. And also how not to have any dirt fall in. I hope none of that stone can fall in. Actually, you know what? I'll fix that in a second. This is actually messy. From the bottom, it's just such a mess. You can just see, like, aromatic hydrocarbon pipes going through each other and shit. Well, we put a hole in the pipe so you can insert another pipe through. That's exactly what's going on here. Too far. Too far, my rear end. Okay. And we have 5 more to use. If we can do this within 5 more, I will give somebody nothing. I will send you HBM dust in the mail. No, actually, no, I'm not. I take that back. Somebody would actually want that. Choose one person and mail them a picture of HBM dust. Fucking stupid. But also, that isn't worth it. Nobody wants that. But what they do want is something. Something cool. Something. If I had something cool, I would give it. But I don't have anything cool to give away. Do giveaways, and then your streams will be better. That's my plan. Do better on streaming, bruh. We're just gonna start here, and we're gonna find out where the closest point to drop off natural gas is. I think it's somewhere far out in this direction. Which is, I'm not a skateboarder, but it's pretty far out, man. Ow. Ow. Shit. My limbs. Oh, that does not feel good, bro. That does not feel good. That feels like absolute shit. It's okay, because at the end of the day, it's night, and everything is gonna be alright. And if it's not alright, it means you didn't build enough fracking towers in HBM mod. So you gotta suck it, nerd. Because I built more than you did. Done built more than you ever could. Cause that's good. That's good. And here we go. The HBM oil processing is almost complete. Once I connect this last pipe, we have the means to the madness. The madness to the madness. We got the sauce to the awesome. Awesome sauce right there. We got the solution to pi squared. We got the problem for every problem. No math is going to be unsolved. Isn't that an SCP where you solved all the math? There's an SCP where they solved all the math. I know that. We solve all math and nothing bad can happen from that, guys. Trust me. I mean, is math even a limitation? Math is not a limitation. We can solve math. Math is solvable. It's a human existence, right? Yeah, math, everybody knows math. Math, we have all the answers already, guys. Okay, now set this to crude oil because I actually don't even know if there's a limit to how far these go. Usually there's 64 blocks for a pipe. But for natural gas piping, I have no idea. No idea. What the... Okay, now connect your fracking solution piping to your crude oil piping and your natural gas piping. Now it's time to figure out where everything else is going from here. Then after that, bury it all in endless quantities of dirt. Make sure to be diligent with burying the stuff. Make sure to bury it tactfully, with extreme caution, so as not to cause a massive problem. Crude oil, natural gas. Where the heck is the hole? Need to find me a hole in the ground so I can hop in. Solve some problems, bruh. Hole. Hole. Where is the hole? If I find a hole in the ground, it will take me to Wonderland. AKA the fusion reactor. Ah, there we go. There's a hole right there. It goes 5 feet. What kind of hole is that? Jumping in random holes. What are we doing? What are we doing? Ah, here we go. Here's a perfect hole. Looks like I just came from here. Also, looks like I know exactly where everything needs to go. For example, if I grab my fill in the blank natural gas and slap that over here, I now have a natural gas pipe in this hole, which I can connect to one of these. I just have to figure out which one. And then it's probably exceeding 10 meters, considering it can't even go 5. So, fluid type does not match. It's okay. Maybe it's... You know, that'd be neat if you just connect the pipe and it becomes the same fluid type. You ever thought of that one, HBM? You probably didn't think of that one. Crude oil. Why is it... why is the oil so crude? Because it never went to school. Am I misunderstanding the British understanding of crude? Or do I just suck? Okay, that does not work. Are you even set the crude oil? What the? Crude oil to here. Your pipe is too far away. Now imagine box ducts that are parallel. You don't want to see the spider web of pipes that exists under our base. What is this? This pipe has nothing on it. It needs to become fracking solution. Because that's gonna... Okay, if you need to solve the problem, just frack it out. Okay, and then we need to solve our oil pipe. Because the pipages are going completely wrong. We need to pipe as far as feasibly possible. In one single oil pipe. But, I mean, this actually connects in one pipe. Which is 10 blocks long, probably. It's just that it can't connect to the oil pipe because the oil pipe doesn't go long enough. What kind of solutions are we coming up with right now? Well, I could go cannibalize more oil stuff. Cannibalism is the solution. Therefore, we'll just jump out of this hole that I jumped into earlier. We're now jumping out of random holes and into them. It's great. This is perfectly safe gameplay. Oh shit. This is a perfectly safe facility. Don't worry, guys. It's perfectly safe. It's ran by my friend. Me. Okay. No more impersonations. Back to typical cobblestone enjoyment right here. Dying. Dying inside. DED inside. Dead. DED dead. No. Okay, this is perfect. Then I can see the rest of them. Where is any hiding pipes? We're looking for hidden ones. We're looking for these suckers, but they're hiding from us. Probably in some bush somewhere. Got any under here? Where are these stupid nerds hiding at? I know there's got to be a few of them around here somewhere. How far does this go? Is this pipe like... This pipe's like 2 meters long. Jesus. But I can't change anything because... I'd have to move every other consecutive pipe back. I should have checked that first. What kind of stupid nonsense went through my brain to go, I don't need to check this shit. That's the first thing I need to check is the length of the pipes next time. Because then I could have been like, oh, well, these can go 10 extra meters. Let's do that shit. Why did we not do that shit? Because now I'm short one pipe. That's all I need. One pipe anchor. Well, I'll find another one. You see, I know there's another setup that we're about to demolish soon. Nearby. We might turn it into a 5-star hotel for all I know. After we're done demolishing it. But we'll just head over this way and find ourselves a pipe anchor that we can just borrow permanently from the old setups of ye olden or proc. Now, clearly I'm not going to play around with this liquid oxygen piping or none of that, but I probably will play with this hydrogen pipe. It looks pretty fun to play with, but not right now. I don't know who's sending me a message, but I hope they are sending me tons of money. Money, 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 money. Sulfuric acid. Haha, stupid sulfur. I don't know what this pipe. I didn't make this pipe, but I'm just stealing this one. I'm fucking stealing this shit. I didn't make that pipe, but it's mine now. And then we'll get started on the teardown of the ore conundrum. Oh, what is it called? Soy Jack ore proc are gonna get torn down today. Demolish. Demolisha. Where's the hole? Where is the hole? I gotta find it again. It's around here somewhere. If not right the ooh, found it. God damn it. Sealed it already. Where's that? Is it this one? Is it this one? I know it was near some kind of hydrogen piping. It's like probably right here in the middle. Oh shit. It scared the crap out of me. What is this? I didn't even hear this. Normally you hear this startup sound like it's like a vibrating and then you just hear that first, but I hope this is the Star Blaster because I want that. It's super rare, but it does happen sometimes, or used to. Trying to see what this is from a huge distance, but I can't. It's just a rock. That sucks. Disappointing rock. I bet that's a great insult for you, disappointing rock. I'm gonna save that one in my memory bank somewhere. I'm gonna use it someday. Somebody's gonna get that. I'm gonna call somebody a disappointing rock, because that's gonna sound hilarious. It's the most important aspect, is to be an absolute comedian at all times, but still somehow know when to not be a comedian and when to be a comedian. Then when also to have the greatest strategies of all time as well. Where is the hole? Hole. If I keep saying hole, I'll find it eventually. Hole. Hole. Actually, you know, it could be faster to just go use the stairs. Instead of jumping around looking for the hole I jumped into earlier. Now, is this going to be a super fast staircase or... Oh, maybe not. I was like, there might be a super fast staircase here. Magnet on, magnet off. Oh, wait, that's where I need to go. Looks like I need to go in this floor. Oh, nice. Terrible. And it just needs one connection somewhere, like right here. And remember, if you don't set it to crude oil, it ain't gonna connect because that's just how English works. Suck it, nerd. Crude oil. Ah, look at that pipe spaghetti monster. Oh, what the hell? Look at this shit. It goes inwards. But that's perfect. Because now, I have 2 times the power and 8 times the pain. This is a setup of all time. The next step, or actually, yeah, that's usually what people say is like, next steps. Next steps, set up more fracking towers. Defeat Greta Thunberg, the final boss of environmental enthusiasts. Absolutely genius scheme. Oh, but let's see how much oil we're actually making at this point. Probably making more oil than money. That's right, we are producing 64 billion kilograms of oil. Trade oil like with real economy. That'd be actually interesting. Is this guy still making shit? Or is he just fucking a hoax? Nah, he's a hoax. It's a lie. Elaborate hoax. Reformant is clogged with reformant gas because it just has to be. But you know, I hate reformant gas because it sucks. I could say it sucks. Insert and fill in the blank. But, of course, we're not going to do that because, of course, we have the ultimate capitalist goals of all time, which I mentioned earlier. Yay. But I think I finished my oil setup. I think. Actually, I'm missing half of it. The half of it I'm missing is the coal oil setup because everybody knows that coal oil is absolutely awesome. But how can I use coal oil in a new way? You see, coal oil could be something more valuable because I hate coal gasoline, okay? And if I hate something, it's code words for it's probably hard to get rid of it. And in this day and age, coal tar creosote, you get 100 for it per each, 150 per each lignite briquette. 100. Per coal briquette, you're getting 150. So somewhere around like 125 is the average. And at average, then when you take this shit, you can turn it into engine lubricant for 1,000. So every 10 coal pieces, you're getting one of those. That's shitty. But every 2 coal pieces, you're getting one of these. And we've already discussed how this goes, right, guys? 200 coal tar creosote, which is every, technically in 2 pieces of make fine soup from it. Potentially, yes, you're onto that. Well, we could do both. However, yeah, okay, you're right. But the thing is I was going to try to take it and make it into bitumen. Because, wait, you can make it straight into bitumen? There's no extra steps. You make this straight into bitumen. So you're taking 200, you're turning it into 50 bitumen, which means you're getting a total yield of 100% of 50 for your actual conversion of bitumen to the next thing. But you're only getting, per 200 coal oil, you're only getting 50% back, so you're getting a quarter of what you have put in. So then you're getting 100% of a quarter for every iteration that it runs. But no, that's not good. That's not good. See, it's not good. We need to do something better. Like, yeah, we could do that. Or we could do this. If we can produce these. Or slop. Which you can get in quantities of hopefully 10,000. Ah, fuck. 1,000. Yeah, not bad though. If we can get that set up. It'd be pretty good. Pretty reasonable. Although this also provides you with a lot of chlorine and shit. If I remember correctly, this shit gets processed down for vitriol and other shit. Although, I don't mind turning it into tar sand to make a better oil setup. That's stupid. We're not going to mess around with bitumen and play God with bitumen production. Production? What are we British? Oh shit, I've caught the British virus. Soon I'll become a coward. I'm gonna be yellow. I don't know what you're talking about. Ah. Shit. Reform, I guess. And this guy's doing his job. Is he doing his job? Make sure. Triple completely double check. Ah, yes, good. He's doing something. Something. That's what we're looking for, guys. We're looking for that he's doing something. I don't know why he's got to get to that capacity before he goes into this machine. Is there like something else he's supposed to do? I don't know, I forgot. How much stuff are we actually producing, though? Oh, that shit's clogged. Oh, shit. You know, this is a bad time to make explosives. Right, guys? You know what I mean? Niter. Alright, so for today's episode, we're going to take UNS saturated hydrocarbons and see how we can take those a step further. Oh, you could do alkylation, but fuck that shit, because we are going to be cooking some chemistry up in this shit. Ain't no way I'm gonna do that dumbness. Let me tell you here. We need more niter. Okay, let's go. I know exactly where to find niter. Because you can just swap the recipe from production of rubber to the production of everybody's favorite, composition 4. Yes, composition 4. Oh, fucking radiation. Get out of here. Composition 4 is everybody's best friend. He likes to make things boom, if you know what I mean. And is also super valuable. If we can find composition 4, it'll be great. Well, make composition 4 from niter. Niter is just regular old nitrogen oxide salt. Don't worry, it's nothing other than that. And it's perfectly safe to use for what we're about to do. We just need to find some. Hunt it down wherever it may be hiding. At all costs. I think it's gonna be in one of the boxes, honestly. You got any niter? You got any niter in there? Bruh. It's probably hiding in here. This is where nitric acid gets made. And everybody's favorite acid is it's nitric acid. Or hydrochloric acid. Ooh. I just can't believe we outproduced, we produced too much of that shit. And of course, we don't want to throw it away. We could do the alkylation setup. I'm thinking about it. For now, I'm just gonna make C4. I mean, composition 4. A gadget, guys. It's a gadget. And of course, if we look at this, we still have too much UNS hydrocarbons. And everybody's nightmare fuel reformant gas. Fuck that shit. Slap it. So we need to get rid of UNS gas and also the REF gas. Because I don't want to say their full names anymore. It's too much. Reformant gas is a nightmare. It's made from crushed dreams. Speedruns. You can make it into elbow grease, but not headlight fluid, so it's practically useless. Although, if you're smart, which some people may be, some people might be smart, and they might be able to use, it's made it into Saturnite production. But maybe that's an option. Or we could take syngas made from coal powder, biomass. Everybody knows that the biomass method for producing like any of this is the best method. Actually, this might be one of the times, and one of the few times only, that I take... Oh, hey. You can just take blocks of coal and irradiate them. But this might be one of the few times they take a substance and I dispose of it in a way that involves coking. But pyrolysis oven needs 4 fullerite. We're going to need that thing. Because we're going to need to dispose of our formant gas. This shit sucks. So we need to pyrolyze it so we can get the stuff we need for... Actually... Why not pyrolyze surplus of the other stuff? I don't know. I don't know. Well, we got a lot of options. I'm just saying. We need to make elbow grease from it. That's the main goal. It's the main goal. We can make elbow grease. And then, with the elbow grease, we can do shit. Want to go detonate some shit today for the end of the episode, right? You know? You guys know what I'm talking about? Gonna end this stream off right, and we're gonna do some fun stuff, you know? Gonna take it to the next level in this one. But first, a word from my bar of composition C4. Don't try this at home, because that's unsafe. Or do. See, the best things happen when you say do it at home. Not don't do it at home. Yes, now time to figure out what the heck this thing can do to my stupid unsaturated hydrocarbons that came from hell. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't take anything except for energy for this. Haha, take that, nerd. Suck it, nerd. This is our only hope of defeating the unsaturated hydrocarbon final boss. He plagues the oil setup with his absolute stench. His filth. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Piece of... Okay. So we're going to take this. We're going to do UNS hydrocarbons. Because I'm too lazy to fill in the blank. And we're just going to recycle our petroleum gas. That's goofy moment right there. But trust me when I say that the more petroleum gas you make, the more your life is going to suck. Because then you have to dispose of the petroleum gas, a product that is so abundant in your oil setup that it might as well be straight out of hell. This is really annoying. But petroleum gas. Alright, I'll check it out in a bit. No, don't run petroleum gas, run unsaturated hydrocarbons. Petroleum gas is for nerds. Fuck that shit. And of course, the one thing I ain't is nerd. There we go. Speaking grammatically correct United States American English. Like a professional. Connect cables. Power is on. And then just give it time. Just let us sit here and do whatever the heck this is. Petroleum gas to aromatic hydrocarbons, and then we can run that around somewhere. Wait, I have one output. I've already got disposed of that. The hope, the idea is that you take the unsaturated hydrocarbons that you can't do anything with, and then you turn them into aromatic hydrocarbons, which you can do stuff with. And then you get petroleum gas, which you're recycling in the first place. But how much is the loss? Because the idea is that you lose a little bit of petroleum gas in this process, because then you're able to recycle it and it keeps going. So you get 1,000, you get 700. So 70% of it's going to this and 30% to this. Hopefully it was like, I was hoping it would be like 80-20. 80-20 would be better. But 30-70 is not bad. Or 70-30 is not bad. But this still means that if we produce stuff, we're still gonna have to deal with that too. But you see, this is a terrible way of disposing of it, but at the same time is most likely the only way we're going to dispose of this. Because if we do it any other way, odds are it's not going to really work out. Because I don't want to do that shit. That's where I'm at with piping my unsaturated hydrocarbons places. What is this? Aromatic hydrocarbons. Connect it. I am not putting it through the ground because that is extra work. And man's greatest enemy is extra work. That shit is stupid. Overrated. Yes, that is the best description. Now we have enough to actually cycle my aromatic hydrocarbons. But it... oh. Holy shit, it might actually be a solution to the problem. Well, we might have just problem-solvified this one, but we'll figure that out in a second. If I did successfully solve the problem, then that means that we should never have a clog, because it's always going to be losing 30% of its petroleum gas to the aromatic hydrocarbons. Therefore, it will always keep cycling. The only real enemy still is going to be, well, our greatest enemy. Reforming gas. We hate him. Fuck reforming gas. It's stupid. Why does it even exist? Who knows? But, or who cares? Who, comma, cares? I should have just hooked it up onto this pipe, I feel like. But anyway, it's still recycling. It's reformant gas, or unsaturated hydrocarbons. So I have 20,000 unsaturated hydrocarbons. That's a slight issue. We might need more of these. Give me 5 seconds to produce another one. 5, 4, 3, 2... oh. It's not in this box. 1. I don't see any. Okay. Let's just keep going. Until I find it. It's probably in a box over here somewhere. Or it's that thing. Sitting right there. Looking like it's doing nothing. Let's go ahead and... oh, yeah. Nice. Lots of those. Those will probably get buried in dirt because, well, that's the kind of management we have here. Me managing it. It's going to get buried in dirt because I'm going to forget about it. Sometimes I look up in the sky and go, where's the fucking stars? that's a kind of a concerning thing. Okay, so we're going to double up our production since... okay, this is a thing that I saw, but every time I see the Russians do this shit, they do it completely different from how I would do it. And instead of putting an upgrade, they just put a second machine. They do that in Greg Tech. They fucking put machines on machines. And that's hilarious. So we're gonna do that exact same thing right here. We're just gonna copy the Russians, because their work is probably good enough. I mean, it can't be the wrong way of doing it, can it? There is no wrong way. It is HBM mod. The wrong way is to not do it. So let's just do it. And then of course just set it the same shit. This is we'll see how this works, but we're gonna steal notes from the Russians and just steal their work. Typical behavior. I hate this shit. We have to make a column that will allow us to expand it later, so I can build 70 of these, because that's how tall it needs to be to keep up with the rate of petroleum gas to bullshit. So we will run over here. We'll grab some stuff. No, I want to stack as many chem plants on top of each other as I can. Let's see if we can find more extra chem plants lying around. I'm sure there's got to be some. Keep your eyes peeled because they might be hiding anywhere. In the bushes or inside of a box somewhere. Probably inside of a box because that's where they're going to be at. There's no chem plants in bushes. I never decided to explore putting chem plants in bushes. That's probably a dumb idea. Well, actually, maybe it isn't. The hidden chem plant. Yes, chemistry hidden in plain sight inside of a bush. But could also just be in a box. That'd be the easiest way to do it. Put it in a box and forget about it. Problem solved. Logic is eluding me right now. I can't find where my conveyors are. That's probably because of the great management this facility I have constructed has. My management. Unorganized and messy. We need Dusto back because he will bring us great amounts of organization and, well, that's beautiful. And renovation, too. Renovation. Literally renovated the whole base. Genius. Absolute genius right there. Swapped out all of the bricks because they must have been too old. This is a safety hazard. We gotta swap out all of these bricks now. Shit. Who came up with this? Now, because these aren't going fast enough for my liking, we might just upgrade them, or we could continue to do the Russian method and stack another chem plant on top. I'm sure we can find speed upgrades hidden in a box somewhere. Or I could make them myself, and not be lazy. But we could, look, it's human nature. Take the path of least resistance, okay? So we're gonna do what makes the most sense. We're gonna follow human nature because there's a reason for human nature. And if anybody says otherwise, because, oh, human nature, why would you stick with norms? Well, listen, it makes sense to follow human nature because there's a reason for it. We do not need to deviate from the norms. We will produce 10 billion kilograms of bakelite. We'll become the bakelite production center of the world. Defeating 1980s Russia with our new Russian stack of chem plants. Their bakelite production will never match ours. I need to find an actual chem plant that's not being used for anything. Like this guy. Look at this. Nothing. Do we ever use this thing, or do we have like all of the production? I mean, like some of it. TATB. Sour gas at 1 pressure unit. What can you do with that shit? Like, I'm actually kind of curious now. I remember TATB is kind of a more stable version of TNT. Essentially, it's for nuclear weapons to sit it for a long time. Since it's going to be more stable, it's not going to decompose and become something less stable. Yeah. He's used in anti-ballistic missiles. But you can also just use TNT in that. Shotgun shell. It's just a supplemental for TNT. But it's a, this is a secondary explosive, so it's not... Is it a second? I think it might have been a secondary explosive. I don't remember. But it is something that we probably don't need, because it's kind of useless. But it is pretty good to dispose of sour gas. If I'm being... but you need to put in TNT plus nitric acid. It sucks. It's a shitty recipe. It's a recipe for disaster right there. We start producing that, whole entire facility will explode because of the management. So we're just gonna take this chem plant with me to 3x the processing power. This is perfect. This is good. And then my stack of chem plants is too tall. Too tall. Okay, well I need to add in a conveyor so I can place it in. Conveyor ejector. I actually wonder if it'd probably be better to just install another, install upgrades on them. Hey, but I'm gonna need 3 of them with max upgrades. I'm just saying. Yeah, well, actually take that back. We don't need that. We don't need a third one. This is actually fine. It's got enough power as is. But what you'll see is, if you play HBM in a Russian world, you'll see that they all stack everything like 10,000. Like, you'll see them do some shit like what I'm about to go. I'm gonna grab some shit so I can show this off. But they'll do some dumb stuff like you'll see something like I'm about to show you all. A bunch of these guys all doing the same shit right next to each other. They'll all be like this. And then you'll see a stack, like a pillar of just the most weirdest shit. You'll see like 10 of these things right next to each other. They'll all be doing the same recipe, but you'll see just 10 of them. So it's like 10x. They don't use upgrades, or maybe they do. Maybe they actually do use upgrades, but I'm not sure. I just know I saw a world where they they were doing some weird stuff. And if I have my steel tanks somewhere, I can show you some of the weird stuff they did with those, because those are actually the weirdest. Like, that's the first thing I noticed. I was like, how many steel tanks are you gonna stack? They're not even the large steel tanks. They're just stacking the regular ones, which saves you like cadmium and shit. It's pretty smart, but was almost able to do the whole reactor on one fill of unsaturated hydrocarbons. Unsaturateds? What do you mean? Is reactors done? Yeah, I mean, I'm a great oil enjoyer, and I did set up the oil processing setup of the whole time. This place is looking pretty sick. It's like, well, I've been doing nothing on the surface. You've produced this machine. First the watch reactor, now this thing. Well, I've kind of helped because I'll be doing some of the other stuff with that attaches into this thing. And this is so cool. Klystron enjoyer right here. Top tier Klystron enjoyer. I can't stop running around this thing. It's a circle. Well, I'll build my own fusion reactor at some point. It will be right next to this one, if there's space. Well, it will be a different fusion reactor. It will be a old fusion reactor, because I actually am collecting all the parts for that. We are currently accumulating the parts we need. Right up the stairs. Let me see what I actually need for that thing. So I think we still have the recipes enabled for that. If we have the recipes enabled for it, we can actually look at that. So I need the plasma heater, which is the first component. Oh, hey, I did say I was going to blow some shit up today, but for the video. Let's go ahead and do that. Because I said the words blow shit up, we have to do that today now. Didn't I say I was going to go do this? Exactly. Go do this now. Grab some of... Okay, we need, like, a ton of this shit, and then we can go and level something. I don't know what you all want to see leveled, but we're gonna go make something leveled. We're gonna level the playing field of this stuff. Not funny. Go. Detonator. Yes. I don't know if this actually works. We might need redstone, or we might need some other stuff. But we're gonna go make that mountain disappear right there. See that shit? It's a blemish on my beautiful landscape. Oh, wait, maybe we should be a little more careful where we're gonna destroy mountains at, but could punch a hole through this shit, because we do need to pave a road for the future projects of TH3 Fish Amusement Park area. So yeah, let's go ahead and start that process. Okay. Being the absolute demolitionist that I am, we're going to have to do this tactfully, putting a hole right under Soycraft Industries without destroying Soy Jack himself. It's okay if we destroy the sign that says Soycraft, but I am a little bit concerned with the power of the explosives we're going to be using for this. This road is going to be channeled through here into this. So we're going to be traveling this way, and then I'm going to put my hole right here. So I'm going to drill a hole through this. We're going to go probably a couple blocks down, so that way we have extra meters of space. Because if I put one right here, what's going to happen is this entire cliff face is going to be gone. Do we want that? That might actually be pretty neat. But if we keep going a little bit deeper in there, it will kind of mitigate that because it adds a little extra blast radius, decreasing stuff. Blast resistance, decreasing stuff. We're gonna... it's position set for that block. Oh, oops. No lava, please. No. No lava. Okay, set the position. We're gonna jump out of here. We're gonna bury it as we jump, okay? We're gonna run 50 meters in this direction, which should be the safe distance to not explodicate. Take a step back. Detonated successfully. What the fuck? I didn't see any detonation or anything. Link position incompatible or unloaded. Oh shit. I might be a little bit, might have estimated wrong. Oops. Okay, yeah, no, don't bury that shit, because then you'll end up putting a hole like this. I mean, yeah, it's a hole, but I actually am not even familiar with how to do this. I'm just claiming I'm an expert, okay, guys? Like, this scenario, I don't actually know what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna place it a little bit closer to the entrance to actually make a hole in this shit. Because I was like, did it even fucking explode? What the... Take a step back. There we go, that's more like it. And that's how we're gonna do some, demolitions today. Yep. I didn't even intend to do demolitions today, but, we're putting a hole through this mountain so we can pave a road to, the fun zone. I don't know what the fun zone is gonna be a code for, but, like, it could be anything. Could be the next gulag. Gulag number 2. Attempt 2. Within 2 blocks. The next project right there. We'll just go ahead and pillar up to the next explosion area, place, thing. So if we dig a little deeper, we can place a second explosive in here. Just learn to dig deeper. Yep. Boom. Take a step back. And hide. Actually, if I hid there, I could probably survive it, maybe. We'll just stand right up here so we can get a perfect view of it. Okay, this might be a safe distance, but I might also just die. Oh, shit. Never mind. That's not a safe distance. Now I'm going to be super slow to get back there. Unless I take one of the trucks, but... yeah, stupid Desto destroyed my bed. Except he's not that stupid. I'm just making fun of him for destroying my bed. Oh, look at that. There's lights in there. Maybe we shouldn't go there. Maybe there's a train coming out to kill us. Could be a train coming to kill us. Fucking lava, dude. It's like, if I'm trying to put a hole in a mountain, the last thing you want to see is lava, because you know what happens when there's lava there. It means you can't blow that shit up. Unless you use a fucking nuke on it. Maybe we could just nuke this shit. Just nuke it. You know what I mean? Just nuke it. But we'll just be smart and continue our pathway to victory by tunneling through the mountain with C4. Oh, look at that. We got like a nice natural little hole there. Ah, cool. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it was gravel or something. Be careful. I hope this is flammable and explodes when I touch that lava. That'd be absolutely beautiful. Beautiful work of art right there. Oh, shit. Okay, so what you can do to deal with this is pour water on. So we'll grab some water, pour it on there, and then we'll blow it up. I mean, yeah, you could just take a drill and dig straight through the mountain. Or you could just blow the mountain up. Like an absolute genius like me. Take explosive to mountain. put hole through mountain. This is actually very good use for my explosives. Very good civil engineering use. Because we're not trying to fight anybody with these or anything. I need this tool right here so I can do some actual cool shit with this. Run away. Wait a second. Instead of doing it one at a time, let's just do the whole fucking thing. Let's do it in a way that makes sense. Come on. Okay, we're gonna put the next one right in here. Yeah, we'll just make sure that they're close enough so that way they can put a hole in the thing. Dig down a little bit deeper. And one goes right about here. Hopefully this doesn't create some kind of super oh, that's not good. Some kind of super nuclear explosion. Oh, that shit doesn't mine. How dare you? Okay. If I accidentally press the detonator now, we're dead. All the stuff's gone. Okay, keep going. One here. I think I heard a sheep. So that's a good sign that something's gonna get accidentally ripped in half by my excavation? Expedition? And then we can do a little bit more space here, because there's a little bit of space. I know they did nerf the actual C4, because you used to be able to nuke shit with this. Am I, like, under the ground? Oh, shit. Well, that's okay. We'll dig a giant crater this way. Put in a couple extras between each one. Just to make sure. And we have 2 extra still. So, I mean, I suppose what we could do is kind of angle it up a bit. And then have this section kind of angled upwards so I can put in the next C4 on this shit. Right in there. Boom. That will be the last one I need to do. Which tunnels us through the mountain safely. And dangerously does the job of blowing all the shit up. And we run a tunnel. Like so. All I have to do is go ahead and hide in this corner over here on this hill. Unlike last time, I won't die this time. Nice. Now look at that hole that I put in the mountain. Fucking tore that shit in half. Hopefully it didn't put a hole in Soy Jack too, but if it did, it's okay. It's just part of the art. And it stopped. It didn't do shit. It didn't do shit. Oh my gosh. Hey, it did make a flat area though. Okay, now take number 2. That should have done it. That should have done it. Oh yeah, that definitely did it. Nice! That is symmetrical. Absolutely how I like to see that shit. Hole right through here. That means I can travel through the mountain in peace. Without dealing with any kind of stupid bullshit in the future. So that's when I actually put in this road, we'll have this. Don't mind the patterns it made. It made some pretty interesting patterns. We'll terraform it. Don't worry. That'll be part of the project in the future. I'm gonna go back to the fusion reactor to check that out. I do have one more explosive though. What can I do with this? What can I do with one explosive? I will figure it out. Just give me a second. I could blow up a mountain. Let's find a mountain and get rid of it. Like, let's go right here and just place it right up in here. Like, this is some Mission Impossible going on right here. Survive. Nice. Bye-bye, bye-bye, mountain. Bye-bye, my mountain. Go away, mountain. Blew a hole right in the mountain. C4 is always the best thing in HBM mod. There's no more fun explosive that you can easily produce. HBM explosive, best explosive. C4. So fun. But, honestly, we could just build, something like one of the things in that building. We could use one of these. Wait, actually, you know what I just realized? Wait, it's not even in this building. Oh man, we should look for one of those. Those explosives, bro. Those will do great things. This is a lot of dead dirt. We definitely did a good job at this place. Like, I think this whole mountain's probably all covered in dead dirt. The biome has been completed. Oh, shit! I didn't know you could die from that. Okay, new thing answered. You can die from falling from high places. With HEV armor. That makes sense. Like, I've seen it go down to 25. I didn't think that high of a height would drop me that low. I was trying to get to an endpoint, but we got distracted blowing stuff up. And, I want to see that the fusion reactor is done before we end today's episode. That's like the thing I'm waiting on. That's the only thing I'm waiting on, is getting the fusion reactor to a state where it's done enough that we can end. PLLS tanks. Please tanks. Please tanks. Ah, HEV boots. Those were supposed to protect me from dying. But they didn't. Because you can trust my equipment, right? Yep, hell yeah. I can trust that shit. But I can't see anything because the field of view is like television. CRT 90s television. CRT into the future. Actually, I would want a CRT TV. They make a nice degaussing sound, and the electron tube is absolutely wonderful. I mean, that would be if I got one for, like, 2 of them. If I had one for myself, and one to go ahead and sacrifice to my experiments. Well, you know what I'd be doing. Cooking up some kind of weird X-ray gun that I can shoot X-rays out of. That sounds absolutely like a mad scientist thing to do. Or just a regular me thing to do. Because it's not meant to hurt anybody. It's meant to shoot X-rays out of the television tube, because I can. To show off that I am too smart for my own good. Yes, intelligence right there. But they do that, I think. Can be used to do that. Although, really cool because they make a degaussing sound. That means they have a lot of power going through them. So, like, I wonder what that means. Probably a lot of power. A lot of energy. I'm gonna check out the fusion reactor, and then we'll see if we're at an end point for today. We've done too much today. 4 hours too much. 5 hours too much. The last hour I spent running around in circles. And then useless. Water, super dense steam. Not much progress, but I guess you're waiting on unsaturated hydrocarbons. So you can weld the whole thing. Oh, they're clogged. Huh. Oh wait, air intakes actually do shit? I had no idea they do shit. Deuterium extraction towers, 2 of those. Is this enough to power? Hold on, I'll come up there. I'll unclog the unsaturated hydrocarbon line for you. They're not clogged, they're just doing something. Oh shit, yeah, reformant gas. Never mind, I can actually help with that. Because I know the answer is simple. Shit. Okay, well, if I do this, I have space for that. And I can set that to reformant gas. Goodbye. Don't take the drapes on the way out. Good. Now that we've divorced reformant gas and got rid of it from existence, the world is a great place, full of sunshines and soon a giant smog cloud. Oh, and a rocket landing. Oh, nice. We have a lot of extra turbines, too, from a lot of the setups that used turbines and don't exist anymore. So feel free to check those out. Those will be useful. They're small turbines, but not the big ones. Do the last welds? Hell yeah. Where is the welding at? What do I need for it? Do I just weld everything? Is it these? Oh, wait. Do I need parts? Do I have parts? Oh, hell yeah. I'm actually not sure how to do this because I've never done this thing before. It's on the oh, it's on the top. I wish it made more noises. This would be fun if it did. Nice. That's all of it? Is all of it welded? Is the bottom still needing to be welded? Did you mess it up? Did you miss a piece? Because I welded everything. I still have 24 plates. Unless I have to go underneath it. I have 24 plates left. I think we need these. Oh, are these welded? Yeah, they're welded. Huh. That's, you built it right, but I have 24 plates left. Or something. I actually don't know what that is. Huh. Well, I might have missed some, I guess. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna try to get mixed up inside of the pieces, but I'll look around. Oh yeah, the middle ones. This is the problem. Okay. I think you can start filling it back in, right? Or no? Okay, I got enough. I'm out of cast steel plates, so if that's the last ones, then we can fill this thing in, right? I don't know how this thing goes together because I've never built this one before. Time to weld it. Weld it goodlier. Weld everything. Weld. What the heck? Why the fuck is this so symmetrical? Except for this! Ah, it's not symmetrical. But it is symmetrical. No. Water super dense steam. I wonder how much super dense steam it produces. If it produces a lot, we could just... I mean, we have a bunch of turbines sitting around right now. If we want to, we could use a bunch of the turbines that are sitting around doing nothing for this. Which makes sense. That's how all things should be done, is if there's something that's not doing anything, it should be doing something. So I think that would make the most sense. But then again, I don't know how many of them it's going to need. This can probably max them out with 32,000 steam. If it generates enough. Claystron. Claystron Prime. The Transformer. More than meets the eye. It will turn into a... will turn into something. What does it even need? It needs energy. Oh, shit. It needs energy to run. Interesting. Well, I mean, of course it does. It's a fusion reactor. But, I mean, the Claystron needs energy. Well, then the reactor does not need energy. And, of course, because this fusion reactor actually makes sense, it doesn't spin in circles like the old one did. I remember the old one would spin in circles. It would go... It sounds like that. I will run in circles forever, trying to find out what I'm doing next. So next episode, I'm gonna disassemble the whole entire ore processing, and also help out with getting a processing set up to get all the meteor stuff over here. Get that all figured out. Because all we need to do is separate out the stuff we need for this, which is gold. We might want mercury out, but mercury could potentially be an output. Is it graphite on the middle? What is this? Oh, never mind. No. Wait, you already have a bismuth pickaxe? I don't have a bismuth pickaxe. I have a Terra drill. This is disappointing. That thing is good. Well, actually, I don't know. I like the Terra drill, kinda. Terra drill kinda good, but could be gooder. I'm gonna go up and look at what I need for my project. My project will be mine. To build the ancient HBM one for the museum. Ah, okay. Shit. Wait, we can make wings now, can't we? Bismuth wings. Or no, I don't know. I think you need something, particle accelerator with that. Particle accelerator or something. No. Wait. Fusion. Fusion. Core component. But I only have the core component available. Unless I need the magnet. Ah, there they are. So these shits are not hard to make. They look expensive, but trust me, they are not expensive. I don't remember how many of these you need for the central magnet pieces, but central magnet pieces need a lot of PVC, but how many do you need? 64? Holy shit. How much PVC stacks is that? Well, if it takes 4 for each one, you probably need quite a bit of PVC. 4, 6, and 24. We'll figure it out. Probably need like 4 stacks of this stuff, I would assume. And this is like the first thing I'm missing from my actual fusion reactor is this stuff. So to make that, I just need that, and I need to find some steel. I love the old fusion reactor, honestly. But it's also, I love the new one too. So I wish I could have both. Both fusion reactors. Fusion reactor Mark 1. Fusion reactor MK2. You need the first one to make the second one. That'd be HBM extending his reactor lines by adding in a second of the same thing. That'd be insane. But I'll need to do this with I should have a bunch of this stuff. Perfect. And then, of course, with the motors, you need actual motors. And that sucks. Okay, but this is the first component I can make. Then, of course, there's also the plasma heater and the other thing. But I should have all the stuff I need for that just laying around in one of these boxes. Which is not true, apparently. I don't know where I put them. Unless they're in these boxes. These boxes. No. Sherbidium looks like blue Sour Patch Kids? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck, man? Where is my... Oh, there they are. Plasma heaters. These are like the hard part. Except I have all of them. And if I have all of them, I'm going to put them over here so I can figure out what this needs. It needs 200... It needs 128 plasma heaters plus 7. So I need 2 stacks plus... Oh, I have 2 stacks and 16, so I can already make the plasma heater. Ah, brilliant. The work's already done for that one. Shit, it's out of these things. It's gonna need a fucking ton of them. And if I run back over here, I've probably got more. Probably got... Oh, yeah, we got enough. No, we don't. we don't have near enough. Because it takes like 6 of these per each one. Or, well, it might take 4. I don't remember. It only made 2, though, for a stack. So that means it must... Oh, it takes 24 of them. Shit. I have more of the magnet things over at the thing. Over here. Yes, there's more plasma heater components here. I swear. I swear there's more. Trust me, there's probably more. Freed up a lot of resources, too. With this. Because, did you know how many machines were on this? So many machines. Both freed up my PC's resources and resources we can actually use. So, those are good things to do. But now I need to find a thing here, and I'm not finding it. I don't know where I put those at, actually. I should have them, but I don't. So, yeah. Well, I need magnets now, too. The magnet components. I need to take a track of how many of those I have. Probably a lot. I should have a lot. I don't know where the magnets are hiding. Probably, there's no boxes here. Well, there's a box over there. Maybe it's in that one. Maybe I put it here. Is the fusion reactor up? I want to check it out. So we can end the stream. I'm gonna end the stream after I check out the fusion reactor if it's up. Let me see. Is it done? Is the thing built? Let's see it. Hell yeah, I see it. Wait, oh, never mind. Still is a work in progress. I wonder what's going on with it. I don't have any BSCCO block. Are you missing one? Did you have them all when you built it? Oh. I could just magically manifest one out of existence, but I don't have one. Oh wait, it's already in land. No way I could do that. Actually, there's one in here. No. Oh, that's kind of bad. That's not good. Well, that, well, I mean, we were gonna see that it was finished today, but appears we might not see it finished today. We might just need another block. It's not the end of the world. What do we need for that? Is it a bunch of calcium and stuff? Or random stuff? Okay. Oh, what's in this box? Nope. Not what I'm looking for. What's in this box? Oh wait, do I actually have... I might have the magnets in one of these. Tanks. I have tanks. Huh, that's great. Tanks, just what you need. Two. So I'm gonna need a lot of advanced alloy to make this shit happen. Well, that's okay. I think I have another bunch of the things I'm looking for in here. Yes, here's the magnets. I need how many? 256 of these, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Yeah, 256 and 36 extra. And these are the easy part, because it's just 5 of those. Okay, cool. I have a bunch of these. So that makes it a little bit easier, because I probably have more. Then we can scout out for more of the ships. Put these inside of the machine. Magnet. Hell yeah. Maybe we could use this for the fusion base. Or Moho base. Can I get the welder real quick? Yeah, sure. Okay, I have this. I think this is gonna be the easiest part. Holy shit, where the fuck did my toolbox go? God damn. It's gone. The toolbox is out of existence. Okay, one of the times I died to my explosives, I lost it. Alright, cool. Next episode, remind me to make new tools for things. I didn't lose much. I just need to make new tools. And hoppers, and wires, and all of that. Restock all my piping stuff. I'm gonna hop in the hole. So we can check this out. So the new fusion reactor that replaced the old one, but we can still make the old one because we're too cool for school. Hell yeah, this is it. New fusion reactor is right here. Looks like the Watts reactor kind of in its color palette. Which we're setting it to deuterium oxygen plasma, so that means it will be... Do we have an oxygen supply? Well, actually the chem plant does that, right? Or no, electrolysis machine. And are we able to... Is one of these good enough to keep up with it? I mean, I'm assuming if you have an upgrade in here, yeah, then it probably is enough. That's probably the speed it needs to be at, I'm assuming. Then for our water, we need a boiler machines and stuff. We could set those up in another area. Maybe another room for that. A boiler room would be pretty cool. This is looking pretty nice, though. It's got a lot of inputs on the top for some reason. I don't know what you would need these for. Oh, wait. Liquid oxygen. But that's... I don't know why you need so many. What are you going to do? Input, like, 3 different sections of oxygen? I don't think so. But... just liquid oxygen and deuterium. Why is there a third slot in there? It's like a third slot for, something. Yeah. It's just weird. Why would you need so many slots if you can only do, like, 3 things? And yeah, I mean, I get that they're in pairs of 3, but at least HBM is putting extra effort into making sure there's so many slots on the machine that even if you were to put it in an inconvenient position, then, it's not a problem. And then there's another slot here, I think. Oh, wait. No, that's not a slot. I was like, oh, those are nice slots, too. Could be. But no, not at all. I wonder how this thing works. Wait, does the thing in the middle still spin? That'd be wild. I don't even think they do that in real life. Do they spin in the middle? Maybe, actually. They might actually spin. There might be, like, some kind of control the fields of it. But, of course, this fusion is, like, from what I've read, not even going anywhere. Like, yeah, they're making advancements, but they're not making advancements fast enough to actually make this feasible for, like, economics. So. Compressed air. Wonder if we're gonna use these for anything. But we figured it out. Gotten everything we need. I wonder if this is actually... Well, I would assume you'd put those there for a reason. So, like, what is the air intakes for? Are these are just to generate compressed air? Or are they just decorative? Oh, it takes compressed air. I didn't even see that. Okay, that makes sense. Does that do anything for it? Oh, I've never actually put in the compressed air. I wonder. Let's experiment with this thing. For Klystron, yes. So what does it do? What does that do when you put it in there? Does it make it better? Or does it just need it? You know, you can also put it on these. Maybe. Oh, yeah, you can. Hell yeah. Wait. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, I can't do that. It's needed to even run. Oh, maybe I did put it in there. Well, I think I'm done for today. I'm gonna go ahead and log off and everything. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.